Tim, when you're ready for the workshop, just let me know.
Okay, yeah, 2 minutes. You were first. Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
we're gonna just request we just change the order of things and just have the county engineer first, then the development services, and then if there's time, we can do the HR items. And if not, we can just push the HR items till next month.
All right, I'll call it to order in just a minute, and I'll let you identify what item you want to bring up first. Is that okay?
Sure.
Madam Clerk, you ready? Take your time.
Yes,
Don't-
sir.
Don't rush, don't rush. You ready?
We're ready.
All right. We're going to call to order the Effingham County Board of Commissioners work session. This is December 3rd, 2024 at 4:21 p.m. And we have several items of topics. We have limited time, so I'll ask the county manager to identify the items of 1 through 7 that you want to bring up first.
Yes, so if we can start with item number 2, which is the county engineer discussion of the tree and road at Jennifer Circle.
Okay? We'll do that.
Hey, good evening, Jonathan Holm, County Engineer. This item is in regards to the tree located at adjacent to 168 Jennifer Circle. There's that tree that we approved in the last Board of Commissioners meeting to do maintenance on to help preserve it. This workshop, I just wanted to kind of get your all's thoughts or get some guidance on what direction we can do. I've got 2 different options that I've got that I think makes sense. The first option is that, in order to preserve, the tree that's there, and then, one option that I'm thinking of doing is potentially removing the asphalt that's around the tree. The roots that are there today, I don't know if you guys got a chance to go out there or look at it, or you saw the photos maybe in the last BOC meeting of the tree, but the roots are undermining the road that are there, and so something needs to be done with, the road. And so one idea was, well, if we actually just remove the asphalt that's there, maintain ownership, we can mulch, around and underneath the tree, and then almost make a micro park, for lack of better words. We wouldn't advertise it as a park, but it'd just be, no longer making that section of Jennifer Circle as part of the road. That way, vehicles aren't, driving over, that portion of where the tree's at, which would damage the tree. And anyway, it would just kind of help preserve that tree that's there. One of the 2 things that I think we would need to do is extend and / relocate the driveway for 168 Jennifer Circle, which I've got illustrated here on the exhibit as part of the packet. And I don't know if you guys got that or not, but we would need to
I'm not seeing it.
relocate one driveway, and then we would need to make a cul-de-sac on the other side. And that way folks can turn around. There's still a way for emergency vehicles and stuff to get out. It's not like this is the only way to get through to the back of that neighborhood. So it would be a change in traffic pattern, but I don't think it would be a major change.
So where the tree is, there would be no longer a through traffic at all.
Correct. And so it would just, essentially it would serve as almost like a micro park, or, just a fenced off area to preserve, the tree that's there.
What's the feedback from the neighborhood?
I haven't reached out to them yet. To get there, I kind of wanted to get y'all's opinion on it, on which way we want to go about, the tree and preserving, you know, the tree that's there. The other option that, we were discussing with Lee is potentially, you know, we can do the same process of, you know, removing the asphalt and whatnot that's there, but, we could potentially look at, deeding over the right-of-way to the adjoining property owners. That's at 168 and 121. And that we would no longer own the tree, that's there, but, we would still set it up in such a way to help preserve it, but then future maintenance would fall on those two homeowners. I'm not so much of a fan of it, but I do understand the strategy behind that, you know, as far as, you know, there wouldn't be, you know, a legal repercussion if something were to happen there or something
So
like
if they
that.
decide they want to cut it down, it's their tree.
They could, yeah, that could be the other problem as well. So I'm not so much of a fan of that one. I almost like the idea of the county keeping it. That way we can continue to preserve it. But that's just my opinion.
So where's the cul-de-sac going on that picture we're looking at
The
now?
the
Where you-
cul-de-sac would be, at
Cursor is?
170, just a little north of where the cursor's at, right there.
Okay,
That's where the cul-de-sac would be. And then there would just be a turn left.
just
On
a
Is that
right,
the major drive going into that neighborhood? I mean, is everybody come in and out that one?
Yeah. No, if you zoom out just a little bit more.
the major drive goes all around Jennifer Circle, comes all the way back
That's right.
into
Okay.
Easy Drive.
Zoom out just a little bit more if you would.
Good grief.
Yeah, so the main drag kind of comes up towards the north, right up there, and then, folks can come down, and really I think the only folks we'd really be affecting is those in the back, beyond it, but there is the other drive, that loops around and it goes all the way up, so,
There's several ways to get into
that's right.
into that area.
If we were to shut off a road anywhere in this neighborhood, this would probably be the place to do it, because there's immediate access towards the back and towards the front to essentially get where you need to go.
I don't know how you make that a park though, because it looks like it goes into the other yards pretty good.
Yeah, what we're gonna do with the tree, and part of what we approved is we're gonna trim the branches back to where the ditch line's at. It's overextended right now, so the aerial, you know, it's gonna bring those limbs in. And I say micro park, I'd really maybe try to think of it more of like a monument almost, or like I don't have maybe the right verbiage for it, because it's a champion tree, you
Yeah,
know.
so it's nothing where people would gather. It'd just be a beautiful tree that would
That's right.
highlight that area, yeah. Okay.
And the bicycle and pedestrian traffic could still probably go through there, right?
Yeah, we would, I was thinking of just putting up a little fence with, 4 openings on it. One on, each side of Jennifer Circle to the north and south, and then 2 other openings on the east and west side, adjacent to 121 and 168. So folks could go in there. If you're a pedestrian, you can walk, you can bike. Maybe you put a bench or 2 on either side and mulch it and be done with it, with the little champion tree sign saying that this is one of the largest trees we have in the state.
The north side,
Get some feedback
doesn't
from
like
that
there's any
neighbor.
room, but on
Get
the
anything.
south side, there may be
might have a different
opportunity
idea.
to negotiate. If we don't have enough right of way, might be negotiate for a few feet and do the sidewalk that you're talking about.
Yeah, I wouldn't, I mean, even if it's just dirt, I mean, they can get through there, that's the main thing.
I was
You
thinking
know,
just-
if a kid wants to go play with this kid,
That's right.
you know what I mean? He
Yes,
can
sir.
easily get through.
Yeah, just,
Without going through somebody's yard.
Yeah, yeah.
I would think just mulch it and you wouldn't need a sidewalk. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Ford brought up a good point. Have we talked to the neighbors in the area and got some consensus on what they would like to do there? Can they have some input with this?
I haven't yet. No, I mean, I can,
I'd meet with the HOA or,
they don't have an HOA.
okay. well,
So, you know,
I can help you with that if you want to reach out. I know some people in that area.
okay, yeah. really I was just wanting to get a feel for what y'all's thoughts were. If this was completely out of left field, then,
He's spot on with that. I mean,
Okay.
we're better off reaching out to those neighbors.
okay, yeah.
I'm supportive because it's I mean, we want to preserve oak trees and nice trees. It's one thing to tell someone that owns the tree, but all the taxpayers own this tree.
Yeah,
It's
it's a
really one
monster
we need to
tree.
try to
So I mean,
protect.
I'd love to preserve it as well, but it's still, I'd rather have their buy-in and.
Sure,
and give
sure,
them an
sure.
opportunity.
No, I agree with that.
That's a good point. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Well, and I think the issue that we tell them too is that if we, the viability of the tree becomes in question, if we continue to allow, folks to drive over essentially the roots that are being rutted up, that are rutting up the road.
You can drive through Hickory Knob and you'll see that it's not going to survive
Yeah.
eventually because they've got those where trees were and it's just a little patch of grass.
Is it usually accompanying a road issue, or is it just,
Is what now?
is that usually under, the roots under a road?
I'm
or-
not an arborist, but I would think the root system goes under the road and it probably doesn't get the water it needs.
Yeah, well, it definitely, by removing the asphalt, you're gonna help preserve it. The root system actually extends 2 to 3 times beyond the canopy of the tree is what the arborist was telling me when I was out there, so, I mean,
That's
this.
under a house then.
It is, that's right. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it's going towards the foundation, but, anywho, by removing the asphalt out there, you're allowing the root system that's closest to the tree to breathe. So there is an advantage of removing the roots and you give it a better shot of surviving. Not to mention the load.
Possibly. I've heard that all my life, but also I've heard that the root system, the drip line is the most important part of the root system.
Yep.
That's what I've heard all my life. And in Savannah, you have asphalt all over beautiful oak trees that are doing wonderful. If you go down the old Abercorn and so forth, there's live oaks and the concrete and the asphalt. There's no drip line roots. I think keeping it trimmed and maintained is gonna be most of it, because it becomes a safety hazard. We had a tree at one city that I was working with that was in the middle of the road like that, and it dropped a huge limb. Fortunate nobody was under it. But it was during the morning when people were leaving, and if you don't keep a tree trimmed and maintained, it could be a huge liability for the county.
And there are pervious systems where you could have paving that does allow, and I know there's some, I don't know, there's all kind of things out there to preserve trees, but
Yeah,
That's my 2 cents. If you could look at that
Yeah.
and trim it and take care of it, you may find, I see it in
if there's a lot
Savannah.
of, if there's a lot of pushback from the neighborhood.
Yeah, I've seen in Savannah where asphalt goes right up to the tree, and those trees seem to be, I was pointing to my wife, I said, those trees look so healthy, and they got complete asphalt all the way around it and sidewalks,
yeah.
so.
It's just a maintenance nightmare from, if you have a road system right there underneath the root system, because it's always gonna change and buckle and pinch up, and so, I don't know, anyway.
The liability side of it.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I guess you pursue reaching out to the constituents that are there, see what their feelings are on if we were to remove the road and if
We
there's
have
major.
access to an arborist that can give us some guidance.
Yeah, I've reached out to Bartlett tree experts. We approved it in the last, Board of Commissioners meeting.
Oh,
And so we've got maintenance of the tree already happening. And
so they're already involved.
he recommended removing the asphalt, and the time to do it would be in the
Well, if you're
winter.
gonna close the road, you definitely might as well remove
Do we
the
have a
asphalt. Yeah.
report we can share with the constituents out there?
Yes.
That'd
Yeah,
be-
I
That'd be
can-
great. If you could forward that to me. I've got a few contacts from the last time we did the town hall for the industrial portion of
Okay.
that side. And I can send that out and start getting some feedback.
Sure.
And
Okay.
there's so many roads in and out of there. I think if you have those
There is,
six
it's a big
houses,
neighborhood.
6 houses around that area, if you notified them,
Okay.
make sure they know what we're doing. We're trying to protect the tree, that we are gonna be closing that road, very possibly, but, there's a lot of ins and outs in that neighborhood. So you're not endangering anything, and you're not causing more than 20-25 seconds for somebody to go the long run around.
Okay.
Save a beautiful tree. So
Awesome.
yeah, if you're gonna close it off, I'd get rid of the asphalt, do the mulch, whatever you're
Yeah,
gonna
for
do.
sure.
But trimming it, I think, and maintaining it on a regular basis is the way we're gonna limit liability and keep it healthy and keep it beautiful.
Okay.
Okay,
All right, sounds
But I
good.
think it's a good discussion. There are other county-owned properties with oak trees. I think in front of CEM, there's an oak tree, so it may lead to, if anything were to happen on that property, we still need to somehow preserve that.
yeah. This may need to lead to something else that we need to budget for and plan for to protect things like
But
this.
just a program of some,
Yeah.
or some
Some kind of
sort,
program, yeah.
not.
Okay. Well, staff will be working on that. The next item I want to take advantage of while I got some time, I know I'm running over, is the stormwater management manual. These are some changes that I am recommending. It's not up for approval for this tonight, later, but it's something that I might try to bring in January. The changes that I'm recommending, or I'm thinking about changing, is the design standards for culverts or pipes and culverts and ditches alongside roads. For collector roads, instead of it being a 25-year event, I'm wanting to change it that we have to design for a 50-year event. And for neighborhood roads, instead of it being a 10-year event, I'm thinking of changing it to a 25-year event. What that's gonna do is, one, your storm systems are gonna perform better during your day-to-day, storm events, but it'll also, what we're talking about is increasing pipe sizes, to help accommodate, bigger storm events. So there is some change, in money and, developing a neighborhood that we're potentially increasing the cost for, but, you also get, a better system at the end of the day. The other change is that, whenever we do a new road design, GDOT, they have a 1-foot freeboard standard that is from the bottom of the road section. What I'm proposing isn't as stringent as that. Mine, I'm wanting to be a little bit more flexible, and just try to create 1 foot of freeboard from the top of the asphalt pavement. Right now, we don't have anything that gets into the amount of freeboard. And freeboard's just the amount of water that's in the ditch to the top of your, or wherever you're trying to define as your top. In our case, it would be the top of pavement. So what this would help, or what this would impact is essentially, your ditch sizes would need to be accommodating to where water's not, spilling over on roads and stuff like that during certain events. That's not so much of an issue today, but it's something that we'd be, starting to look for in design review. Those are the two biggest changes.
So are you basically boiling this down to a deeper, wider ditch?
Yes, sir. Yeah,
This would be on all
potentially.
roads, even dirt roads, or?
Yes, sir. Yep. 1 foot freeboard for arterial collector, neighbors, neighborhood roads, and roads with no outlets. But it would be dependent upon the storm event. So, if it's not a major road, it's not a big.
Arterial and collector, I'm all in favor of that. But you said like dirt roads, just neighborhood roads? Some-
Neighborhood roads, yep, we would increase it to 25-year storm event, and then.
Are you having to do that freeboarding because of the size pipe? Is that what the issue is?
No, it's just it's an and, it's not a or. I mean, it's both, they're kind of separate.
If you do the larger pipe, you've got to do the deeper, wider ditch to handle the pipe.
Potentially, yes, but I mean, not all, I'm doing it for, I don't know, it's not necessarily because of one or the other. It's something that I'm just trying to improve the design standards, I guess, that we have here in the county. So they're not dependent on one another.
And keep in mind, this is for new development, so the likelihood of there being an arterial road in the new development is very slim. But if we were to design one, obviously we'd have to meet our new standards. What really comes into play are the neighborhood roads, which I think is more of a minor increase, but I think I don't think it's any more austere than what our neighbors have. And those we're bringing up to a 50-year standards, but our detention is already at a, what year storm event?
Detention, we have to retain water, for a 100-year storm
Right.
event, so,
And so, this comes to an issue if your storm system is full, and, I mean, you'll get better flow to your detention, but you'll also get additional capacity on the side of the roads, for storage. So I think.
Capacity's gonna be huge, yeah.
Yeah, so, but like I said, the arterials and the collectors, as a general rule, those aren't being built in neighborhoods.
No, so only if we build a new road,
That's right,
that we're thinking about doing in a couple places, we would build it that standard.
that's right, yeah.
But the neighborhoods, it wouldn't affect the already existing dirt road, for example,
No.
local road. Okay.
correct, yeah, it's not something that would, it's
No,
already
I
built.
think with that understanding, I'd be for it because it should help storm drainage flow better and have more retention as we develop
Correct.
new roads, new subdivisions and so forth. Makes sense to me.
Is it such an increase that the size of the road or the width of the easement or whatever that's required would have to be larger, or is it still
No,
be in the same
I think-
space available in a typical roadbed?
that's correct, yeah, I don't see this as being a major change, in that sense, no,
We'd be able to fit it in what we'd be requiring them to
saying.
do anyway.
that's right, yeah.
I just asked that because I was concerned, because I've got some narrow dirt roads, so it'd be getting kind of tricky if we were making larger, wider ditches. So,
But it
Yeah.
wouldn't impact, sound like the current local roads.
If we're redesigning that, then it would become an issue, but if it's existing, then,
Yeah, if somebody wanted to go in and
Bothered.
develop that area that you're talking about, then they'd have to bring it up to the standard.
the current standard,
Yeah.
that's right, yes, sir.
May
Yeah, I
may
just
have
wanted to
helped
make
us
sure
with some
which
neighborhoods
roads
from
we were
Debbie,
talking
with
about.
Debbie.
So
I can
that
think of
answers
2 or
the
3.
question.
I think we're all good with that.
Okay. The only other minor things I want to mention while we're on this, and I'll move on, is I am recommending that on the upstream side of pipes, that if it is 36 inches or larger, that we put a riprap heading around it. I'm driving down the county roads all the time, and I'm seeing how the ditches and those pipes are getting undermined and scoured out around the opening. If we were to put in some riprap to help preserve, the bank there at the pipe, it would perform a lot better and it would help out with
No,
maintenance.
I agree,
So,
I agree.
I would agree on that.
I'm not wanting to get into that being a standard for all pipe sizes, but, if you're conveying enough flow, I want some kind of head wall, to help protect what's there in that way.
I've seen that on Mill Pond Road, and it
That's right.
seems to have, looks a lot better, and, just,
So I am making that change in there as well. And then parking lots, there was a 1/2 foot of storage that you could do of water in there. I'm lowering that down to 3 inches. The reason why I'm doing that is if water touches your tailpipe and an insurance eyes, your car's totaled. So I'm wanting us to, essentially our ponds, to take care of more storm drainage. It really comes into play for your commercial sites with like your Krogers and your Walmarts and stuff like that. But, again, this would all be for new stuff, not existing. Anyway,
No, it sounds like forward thinking. I appreciate it. Sounds good.
okay. So that's 2 items. The last item, I'll be brief. This is probably, really, well, can I skip forward or do you want me to?
Yeah.
Okay, while I'm
Well-
up here, okay,
If you can, because I do want to get Steve
that's
some
right.
time to do his.
I'll keep this very short, although it's very important. It's the item number 6, discussion on GDOT, local administration project certification. So I've gone and gotten certified, as a, local administered project, administrator. Part of, what that entails is, the county being able to administer federal funds for roadway projects, and having someone here in person, that's qualified and understands the, procedures that are required, to use federal money for local projects. It helps the county, get federal money. But in order to do that, you've got to also submit a packet and adopt their procedures. In order to spend federal money, you have to use, you have to do your project according to their standards. So there's a packet that I've got to fill out and I've got to bring it before y'all to adopt. But I wanted to introduce it to you now in this kind of a setting versus, coming up and y'all not having a chance maybe to ask some questions about it or whatnot. My understanding is that we could choose when we want to, go under the federal regulations. If we're not using federal money, then we can still use our procurement policy that we have now. But if we're going to ask for federal money to assist in the project, then we've got to make sure that we're doing it the correct way.
And so particularly with our involvement in the MPO, you're going to start to see a lot of our collector and arterial roads end up on the MPO, Transportation Improvement Plan list, which will make them eligible for federal funds. And so even if there's some projects that we're already working on, if they are on that list, I would recommend we follow these guidelines so that if funds become available, which happens periodically, regularly, whereas a project that's on that list, it gets delayed, and then all of a sudden they have these funds that they can use, they can distribute locally. Since we have followed this guideline in this, we can immediately get some funding for roads that we would have done anyway. So it does help us in that process.
So
And it doesn't add an enormous amount of complexity to it.
Okay,
And again, we're not going to do it for all roads, probably just for any road that's on the Transportation Improvement Plan at the MPO, which is like Blue Jay, McCall, Effingham Parkway.
I got you. Because if you don't, you may not have federal funding, but if you go ahead and go down the road of processing it like you had federal funding, if it comes available, you can possibly get it.
Correct.
So I think that's why you present it to the board in a ordinance resolution, whatever you're gonna do, where any road that's on the MPO, blah, blah, we will follow this standard of process,
That's
federal
right.
standard.
Okay.
That'll free the board up if they don't wanna follow it, or management for a lesser road, they don't have to.
Okay. Sounds good. Well, thank y'all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I think we're moving to item number 5. Is that right, Steve? Signs?
Okay.
Is this in the forethought to the item that's on the agenda tonight for decision?
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right.
Good evening, gentlemen. Liz Sapp, Land Use Planning Analyst. I'm coming before you tonight to discuss a possible revised sign ordinance. The current ordinance discusses signs, billboards, and interstate signs in multiple locations. And the purpose of this is to bring it all in one spot, so it's easy to find everything. Some of the biggest items that, and I don't know if you have a copy of it in your packet or not, everything that's in red has been added, and everything that's black is original, and it
And
has
it's a
stayed.
lot.
Yes, sir. It's a lot. I wanted to, some of the items include definitions, which I hope would help clear up any confusion when people are looking to get a permit for a sign. I've also added visuals, so there's some, you can tell the difference between roof signs and, canopy signs and so forth. I've also, a biggie here was the community event temporary signs, temporary subdivision signs, and temporary business signs, and what are allowed and what are not allowed, including visuals. A community event temporary sign does not include local business advertisements, commercial advertisements, sales, promotions, and then the temporary business signs are just, they're not allowed. They are prohibited with Effingham County. And there's pictures of what those would look like. I've also included pictures of what types of billboards that we allow and interstate signs and so forth. So, do you gentlemen have any questions?
Can you go over briefly the, how this affects, political signs?
Yes, sir. So, political signs are allowed, and realtor signs are allowed. However, if you have a small business and you're wanting to advertise it, that would not be allowed.
There's a time limit on the political signs?
There is a time limit on the political signs. It is, I believe, it's 30 days, and then, I want to make sure I'm telling you the right thing.
I see the example of the inflatable monster sale.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that, what's the story on that?
Yes, sir. That is, unfortunately, that's one of the prohibited types of signs.
Okay.
Section 13.
Now,
And I think, that my understanding is the political signs, because you got to be content neutral on your rules with the signs. We treat them as event signs, so that the times before an election, times after election, just like it is times before an event and after event, the signs can get removed. But any other sign that's, like these temporary, like business signs, fencing companies or whatever, they've always been forbidden, but what people need to understand is that even planting them in their yard, not on the right of way, is still not permitted. Real estate signs and political signs, event signs, those are different.
That's
Take a car dealership. That's probably the most common thing. And they're gonna have a big sale
Yes, sir.
that I wanna know about.
Yes, sir.
And they'll have a big banner sign out there, and they'll have this floppy thing that'll do like this, you know.
Yes, sir.
How does it impact them? Can they do these things because I think they live and die by some of these sales and attracting, can they get permits and some of that can still happen, or is that gonna be completely prohibited?
That would be prohibited, yes, sir. Anything that's attracting your eye and distracting you from driving.
But most of those luckily are in the municipal limits,
Yeah.
That is correct.
so we don't regulate those.
Yeah, but it could happen in the future,
Could
yeah.
happen in the future.
It could happen in the
What
future.
about the people they pay to sit out there and flip signs?
They're not allowed either.
I don't have a section for alive signs.
I hadn't seen that one in a while. I guess that's because it's a code
I
violation.
am
now?
interested in this casino sign though.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But also, like large political signs, temporary signs, you can get those, you just gotta get one permit,
Yes, correct.
for the entire county and
For the entire election.
Yep.
for the entire election cycle, so.
Current
Those are allowed, and, it could be something that we do look at, if you wanted to do a temporary permit, for business events, as long as it's not, that's one potential change we could talk about, business event, rather than something that's out there every single day.
That's right.
Yeah, and
like the
that's
going
my
out of business
objection,
sale
when it
that
becomes every single
last 2
day.
years.
Okay.
But I would like to, I don't know how the board feels, but I would like for them to look at something temporary. If it's far enough off the road, you can put a bouncy house out there and that, people can focus on it, I guess.
Yes, sir.
They got all these digital signs that I'm trying to read, that's probably just as distracting as but that's not something you want in your county as an appearance on a regular basis. But I don't know if about a week before a sale and during a sale, some of these retailers count on making sure you know that they have this special
Yes, sir.
sale going. It's good for the community as well. I'm not sure the board may feel different, but I think you ought to look at some temporary options that, 'cause I guess what you're trying to do is keep it safe.
That's correct.
So,
Yes,
so
sir.
people aren't distracted, but there's some beautiful digital signs with fireworks that are probably just as distracting.
Yes,
And I
sir.
assume those are still okay, from what I was reading.
You said the fireworks?
Yeah. On digital signs.
Oh, yes, sir. And we do have requirements for, nothing's allowed to be flashing. You have 10 seconds in between the sign changing to a different advertisement. So there are certain things in here that we're trying to keep from it distracting
A
drivers.
little more.
Yes, sir.
What about sign, go ahead, sorry.
just a little more eye comfort, I get it, but I don't know. My opinion, I would have something on a temporary basis that supports retail businesses, because that supports our county. And I think that can be done on a temporary basis in a fairly safe way.
Yes, sir. Okay.
And this isn't retroactive, this, if there's current signage on a business or anything, you can't come in and go, hey, this doesn't comply now.
That is correct.
And so you're grandfathered in if you already have your signs.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
So I would have a problem with that.
Yes, sir.
So I would have a problem with that after spending money on signs.
Oh, if
and
you
then
had to change it
Had
now.
to change
yeah.
it now.
A lot of people
Move your
would
inflatable.
have a
Yeah,
hard
well,
time.
I'm sure, I'm wanting to see a mini.
Any other discussion?
No, I think it's a good, and I like the visual, the examples.
Sir.
A lot of people call.
Build your sign quick.
Sign something and it means something else.
Yes, sir.
There are tons of visual
Oh, yeah.
examples in the ordinance. So.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we're trying to make sure that people understand exactly what type of sign it is. That
So, well, this tin fin's not in, that's in Rankin, isn't it? They've got a big
that's
inflatable
us.
wrench on
That's
top of their restaurant.
Yes, sir.
That's a no-no from now on.
yeah, that's one of the ones that would be.
That's in the
Not
county.
allowed.
That's unincorporated.
That in Rankin.
Rankin used to have an ordinance that your sign could not be higher than your roof.
Yes, sir.
I don't know what they're doing with that.
Yeah.
I don't know if they had a variance or what, but they used to have that.
It's that balance of safety, keeping our
That's right.
county looking good, but also supporting small, it's a
Yeah,
tough balance sometimes.
sounds like you're on a good track. Appreciate it. Anything else
Thank
from
you.
the board? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
TPU? What? Who? Service animals? Oh, okay.
4 minutes.
We have 4 minutes to discuss service animals.
Oh, God.
Hi, Samantha Easton, Planner 2. I think I only do animals at this point. So this is kind of coming up after the gentleman came out a few weeks ago with the code enforcement case with his goats in the R1 subdivision. So we started doing some research regarding service animals and what we legally can and cannot do. The 3 major ordinances that I have found that reference service animals are San Diego, San Francisco, and New York. I have not found anything
Here
that's
you go.
similar to our jurisdiction in my research that talks about service animals.
over there.
So, in all 3 of these, they do say that service animals, even though they do have their legal rights, are still required to adhere to zoning ordinances. So if you have your goats or your horses, which neither are legally allowed to be a service animal, you still have to adhere to your zoning ordinance. HUD and ADA only reference housing authorities and housing providers. As, government, we are not either. So as far as that goes, they, like I said, they still have to adhere to the zoning ordinance. But, how do y'all feel about this? Do y'all want to go further into?
The question that gentleman had was to have a service animal that's not a normal service animal.
Like emotional support versus service animal, are those 2 different things?
Yes, sir. And
Okay.
service animals are recognized by HUD and ADA. Emotional support animals are not.
And a service
So
animal would be
what's
like for the blind or for the deaf or for
Correct.
the,
But an assistance animal, is that different than a service animal?
From what I could tell, assistance animal is more closely to a emotional support animal.
Yeah, that's what it says.
So that's more of, they don't have, they're not like specialized training or anything like that. So a service dog has to go through special training to assist somebody with the, blindness, or if they're deaf, or, they have seizures, something like that. They have specific training, and they have to have that to be recognized by the state or the federal government. Emotional support animals, you don't have to have that. There's actually billions of websites you can log on and pay $100 and you have an emotional support animal. So you can get that with pigs, horses,
Goats.
dogs, goats.
but we don't have to change what we allow in a subdivision or R1
Gotta
or
have papers,
just
because
because.
they're pets. So I'm talking to Roger. Go ahead.
Was it something?
But no, sir, we do not have to change anything, because the only legally registered service animals recognized by HUD and ADA are dogs. Anything else is not legally recognized.
For housing.
For housing, yes, sir. And once again, we're not a housing authority,
So I guess that's the question the board had, and what you're telling us in your research, we will not need to change our ordinances to comply with federal requirements of allowing a service animal.
correct.
Anybody got any questions? You give what,
No, just to clarify, we're not just bringing this up. This was brought before us
Yes, sir.
at some meetings back.
Yes, sir. He
So we're
came
leaving
to y'all.
things as they are. If it's gotta be a service, I don't want it to be a way to skirt zoning, so I
That's
can
right.
have my pet, whatever, llama,
No, sir.
in
So-
a half acre.
this was
quarter
goats or
acre.
horses or
I
something
believe-
somebody wanted to do
Yes, sir.
as a service animal, and
Yeah, it's a
and
pet.
it would circumvent our current animals allowed in a subdivision.
So I cannot remember right off. I believe it might have been San Diego. They actually have a snippet in their ordinance that specifically says all service animals must adhere to the zoning ordinance. So if we were to change it, my recommendation would just be adding that one single line in there.
I think you're right.
Sounds like a good change.
Okay. All right.
Everybody good?
Which means we probably shouldn't even address it, because if it complies with the zoning ordinance, we have no issue anyway, but
That's
I,
right.
you know.
So, I mean, do we want to add that snippet? Do we not want to?
It may clarify for those that are, that have, when it comes up.
Okay.
So,
All right. I will work on that then. Thank you.
Do you want to try to tackle any of these others, or do them another time?
If you want to try and do, table of permitted uses, is that it? Is that yours, Steve?
Yeah, let you want to stop.
How long, is that a quick one? We're just updating it, right?
Yeah, we're gonna talk about it in the meeting too, if you wanna wait
Okay.
till then.
We'll talk about it in the meeting then.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, all right. And so, human resources, we covered all those?
No, unless you want to, they're pretty quick, right? Yeah. Just some minor
We
recommendations.
can go into our meeting in 5 minutes or so, that's fine.
Good afternoon. All right, so I just have two quick topics. Just wanted to see where you guys stand, if it's worth continuing doing the research on. My chiefs, department heads, directors of the first responder departments, have proposed, the last 2 years, they've been kind of bringing this up, so at this point I need to ask the board how you guys feel. They would like to suggest an increase in pay for the 6 major holidays.
If they're working.
If
The
they
holidays.
work, yeah. So that's been, the problem is, right now by county policy, every full-time employee is entitled to the 8 hours of holiday pay. So even if they're not on shift, those
Get the 8
individuals
hours.
get 8 hours. And so I guess it's kind of becoming a scheduling issue, like people don't want to work those shifts because they're away. If they have children, it's harder to cover, which I totally understand. So I know that the city of Springfield, on their holidays, they do time and a half for their police department. So currently, we just do regular pay and then the holiday pay. And like they're saying,
It's like double time currently.
would be, yeah, but,
Time and a half, that's what we did at the plan. If you work the holiday, you get the holiday pay, but if
Yep.
you work, it's like overtime, it's
the
time and a
hours
half.
worked are calculated, yep. So I just wanted to see if you guys were in agreement with something like that. I think it would help us with retention and recruitment, because that's what they're all running into, is issues with covering shifts or call-outs, and they're kind of trying to avoid that going forward.
They should be paid time and a half, I think. They get the holiday regardless to pay for the day.
Correct.
If they're working, that's overtime, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, everybody's getting paid the holiday pay.
Yes.
But if I.
Yeah, like if we're closed, we're at
If it falls
home.
my schedule to show up that day, I'm still getting the same thing you are.
Yeah, and I'm at
And
home.
you're at home and
Yeah,
I'm
with
not.
my family, yeah.
I'm good with that, time and a half.
Where you're
Everybody
getting,
good with
you're
that?
getting that plus your
That-
regular pay.
That's
So
right.
it's double time. So you get your holiday pay plus your regular pay if you work. Well, what they're proposing is holiday pay plus
Yes.
regular days pay times 1.5, like an overtime.
Another half a day.
So you're
pay
getting
with
2.5
that.
times.
You get 2.5
right? I mean,
times.
Correct.
Exactly.
Yes.
So instead of double time, it'll be 2.5 times,
Right.
which I don't have a problem with.
Yeah,
So
and it's just, again, they're not asking for they just want the 6 big, which would be New Year's Day, 4th of July, Labor Day, Thanksgiving, Christmas Eve, and Christmas Day.
That's fair.
And so this has been from Sheriff's Office, Fire, EMS, 911, we talked to all of them, and they're in agreement. They think it would help.
And it's kind of good to have them on
Anybody that
working
works
those
the days.
days.
Anybody that works a holiday.
Yeah, we
should get-
definitely need them working, yes.
They're gonna get paid either way. I think anybody that's having to work a holiday should get it.
That's required to work a
Right,
holiday.
required to work.
You know, if the county manager decides he just wants to come in because everybody's gone,
Get some work done.
Get some
I do
work
that
done
for
while it's
free.
quiet, yeah.
Yeah, if it's required, they be at work.
Okay.
I guess that counts for any time within that 12 o'clock midnight to 11:59.
Yes, it would only
Yeah.
be,
Okay.
correct, yep.
And most times it's only gonna be public safety. There's usually not any administrative position that has to be in, but there could be something that, trying to get something across the finish line for a grant or something that manager says you gotta work through this holiday.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maintenance, you know, having to go out. and
Maintenance
work
coming
on
in,
stuff.
yep, for
Yeah.
plumbing leak
Okay,
that could destroy the building, and they gotta come in and work instead of be with their family. Yep, absolutely.
okay.
Okay?
Thank you. And then the next item, again, this has come up the past probably 2 years really heavily. We do have a lot of long-serving employees, 20-plus years of service. And so the question has been proposed to us, would we think about offering almost like a gap insurance plan, right, until they're old enough to qualify? So if they were 55 and served 25 years and wanted to retire, could they still pay the employee rate to have insurance coverage till they could get their own at 65 or 67, depending on when they were born?
So they can retire early?
Well, we don't really have a retirement, right, because we don't have a pension plan anymore, but they're talking just so they could have insurance coverage.
I'm
So
not
they
following.
wouldn't-
They'd have insurance coverage if they're still working with the
If they
county.
were, yes, sir, yeah. So if they decided after 30 years they couldn't physically, be a paramedic anymore, let's say, and they wanted to retire, but again, they're staying on right now because they need insurance coverage. Like, I know that Port Wentworth, City of Savannah, they offer these kind of gap plans where you still pay the employee rate, but they're retired. Our broker said that they do it for other municipalities, so it is an option if we wanted to look at it. But again, me and Finance, Mark, we wanted to bring it to you early, because if we looked like something like that, we need to budget, because it will be
Yeah,
like a
Are we
third
paying
option.
the other side of it though? I mean,
Yeah,
if
we
they're
would be.
retired,
It would be.
they pay their 20% or 30%, the county continues for possibly 10 years while they're not working.
Well, or they just pay the whole thing but still have our coverage plan, and that's something that would be, we would ask the broker to give us those kind of options and
Never
look.
seen that.
Is there any way to figure out like an estimated cost that would cost the county if they did
We,
something
we
like
could
that?
have them work it up for us and look at,
Nice to see
because
that.
they have,
Let's look at the workshop in Atlanta. That's a much more complicated thing
Yeah,
than we can
I
say.
agree
right now,
100%.
Because
Yeah.
my business head tells me we're doing something that's gonna eliminate, encourage people when we need people in
Yeah, to
EMS
retire
and
early.
fire and police. And we just gave them an encouragement. Usually insurance and encouragement to keep on working.
okay.
That's one of
Well,
mine.
again, like, as a liaison between the employees and the board, I've heard it enough
Put
for 2
together
years, I
some-
needed
And
to
to be
ask you.
devil's
Yeah.
advocate on that, it may be, not to be terse, but it may be better for that person to retire. I mean, they just can't perform like we need them to
Physically,
perform,
yeah.
But there's-
but
but
they're a
there's-
good
there's-
employee.
But there's just a
it
lot,
may-
There is.
there is a lot to that.
I just
So
wanted to make sure it was okay with you guys before we pursue, them working up the numbers and kind of
give us some
giving us some more
numbers,
data.
give us
Okay.
some
that
budgets.
and-
I think it's worth looking at, for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
And look at the complications, come up with some scenarios.
Yeah,
show us
scenarios, how many
issues.
years of service
Let's
you
look
need
at it
to
at the
have.
January workshop.
Yeah, or age, I mean, we can put any kind of stipulation.
I would say the
we want,
only
I would say years
downside
of
is-
service plus age.
Yeah,
All right, we got
I-
we got a big agenda tonight,
Okay.
so probably be on.
Thank you.
I think we're just gonna need to get more information. We can't really do anything with that tonight.
no, and this was
Worth
just a
looking at.
beginning
Yep, appreciate
conversation.
it.
Yes, sir,
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. All right, we only got one item left. We'll just save it for during the meeting. Okay. All right, does anybody need a quick break before we go into our public meeting? Regular session? We all good?
I can make an hour.
Hmm?
I can make an hour.
I'm good if you'll let me
I'm
go.
sorry.
I said I can make an hour.
Okay, all right, just,
I'll grab a bottle of water.
okay, there's some water in this refrigerator. If anybody wants some water. And so if we are ready, let me shift. Can I call on you during, vacation night? All righty, with that, we're gonna adjourn the workshop standing adjournment at 5:10, and we're gonna call to order the Effingham County Board of Commissioners regular meeting agenda this December 3rd, 2024 at 5:10 p.m. Roll call, Mr. Floyd,
Here.
Mr. Burdette,
Here.
Mr. Corbett's here, Mr. Deloach.
Here.
Mr. Loper, Mr. Kiefer.
Here.
So we do have a quorum. I'll ask everyone if they would please rise for the invocation given by Commissioner Deloach, and we remain standing as he leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag.
Please bow your heads. Dear Lord, thank you for allowing us to gather here this evening. Please be with us as we come together and try to do the business for the county. Please be with us and help us to do your will. Please be with all the families and people that are gathered here this evening. Please be with them, with their families as they travel more throughout the holiday season. Please keep them safe. Thank you, Lord, for our outgoing commissioners, and we just want to praise them for their time with us and things they've given to us as a board and to our constituents. And please help us to remember that all good things come through you, Lord. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance.
The next item is to approve our agenda for this evening. Madam Clerk, are there some additions and corrections? I know of a couple.
Yes, sir. We have several tonight.
Okay.
So if you will go with me to page 2 of the agenda, under unfinished business. We have received a request from the applicant for items number 1 and 2. That's for Brian Quigley as agent for Jeremy Neese. The applicant is requesting to remove this application.
Remove, not table.
Remove, that
Okay.
is correct. Okay, on to page 3. Items number 7 and 8. Mitchell Donaldson for a conditional use on Standard Lane. The applicant has requested to withdraw
Withdraw that
the
one.
application. That's items number 7 and 8. And on page 5, we will have 2 additions under new business. Item number 17 is an employment agreement. Item number 18 is a contract. On page number 6, under Planning Board, items number 1 and 2, this is an application for Kevin Forbes as agent for Kimberly and Rebecca Ron. The applicant has requested to postpone this item until March 18th of 2025.
March 18th, 2025. Is the applicant available here tonight?
Yes, sir.
And that is your request to?
That is our request, yes.
Okay, very good.
Okay, let's see, there is one more here.
Just for the record, the applicant has the right to make one request, and they need to be in attendance to make that request. So I appreciate you being here tonight. Thank you so much.
Okay, items number 9 and 10, 9, 10, 11, and 12, under Planning Board. This is for Lynn Grimes. The applicant has requested to postpone this item until January 7th. The applicant is not present tonight. She is out sick.
Okay. 9, 10, 11, and 12.
9, 10, 11, and 12. Yes, sir.
Postpone to when?
I'm sorry?
Table to when?
January 7th.
1/7/2024. All right, does anybody in the commission have a problem with them not adhering to the, having to be here since they are out sick? That seems reasonable to me. We'll
I'm
accept
fine
that.
with it.
We'll
I'll make
accept-
a motion to approve the agenda with the noted changes.
Second.
All right, got a motion by Mr. Deloach to approve the agenda with the noted changes, a second by Mr. Burdette. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no no's, it passes unanimously. So we have our agenda. Next item is our minutes, consideration to approve the November 19th, 2024 regular meeting minutes. They have been mailed out. Any corrections or additions to these minutes?
I'll make a
Motion's
motion to
approved.
approve as presented.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Burdette, to approve as presented. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Once again, I want to welcome everyone here tonight for my final meeting. It's good to have you here. Comments shall pertain to the agenda item only. Should you wish to make remarks, clearly state your full name in the microphone. Come to the podium there, if you would, please, before commencing your remarks. State your name clearly. Keep those comments 2 or 3 minutes. That'll allow others who want to speak to be able to speak to an item without prolonging the meeting tonight. All the correspondence for this meeting, the agenda packets for this meeting are posted at the county's website. Any additional documents that you might want to present tonight, if you please give them to our clerk, and she'll pass them out and distribute them to the board members at the appropriate time. And with that, we'll move to our consent agenda. We have 9 items on our consent agenda. I'll read all of these. These are items for which there will be no discussion. Should a need arise for debate, the item can be moved to the appropriate area of the agenda by any commissioner who would like to do that. Item number 1 on the consent agenda is an agreement. Consideration to approve, to ratify, and affirm an amendment memorandum of understanding with Georgia Emergency Management Agency, GEMA. Item number 2 is an agreement, consideration to approve to renew the solid waste collection and recycling service agreement with Atlantic Waste Services Incorporated. Number 3 is an agreement, consideration to approve, to ratify, and affirm an amendment to the agreement with the Evison Consulting Group for consulting services. Item number 4 is a purchase, consideration to approve, to ratify, and affirm enterprise vehicle orders for 11 2023 Chargers as replacement for sheriff's office vehicles. Excuse me. Item number 5 is an agreement, consideration to approve to renew the MOU for Effingham County EMS to provide instruction and practice for Savannah Technical College students. Item number 6 is an agreement, consideration to approve to renew an agreement with 13 Vertical LLC doing business as CJT Software for the Effingham County Probate Court. Item number 7 is an agreement, consideration to approve to renew a lease agreement between Effingham County and the City of Springfield for the Fire Department building located at 1171 Highway 119 North, Springfield, Georgia 31329. Item number 8 is a form, consideration to approve the investment directive form from Truist to transition our 2024 T-SPLOS bond account to a new Truist account product. Number 9 is an application, grant application, consideration to approve to submit a grant application to FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, that's HSGP. That is our consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Kiefer, second, Mr. Deloach, to approve the consent agenda as presented. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, before you move on, if I could have yourself and the commissioners to come down front as well as the county manager, please. Yes, we'll give it to him in just a second. Mr. Chairman, as direct reports to you and the board, county manager and I would like to present to you this plaque, which reads,
Wesley M. Corbett, Chairman at Large, we are most appreciative for your service and leadership to Effingham County, presented December 3rd, 2024. And it's got a little picture of you.
show it to the crowd.
And a gavel.
I'm obviously very appreciative of the opportunity to serve this past 8 years, and I hope our constituents understand and know what a quality board you have and how easy it is to serve as chairman when you have this type of leadership around you on this board. And I just hope and pray that this community appreciates the integrity, the selfless service, the commitment to truth and accuracy and doing things well that these guys do. And I'm sure the two new ones will follow in that leadership path. And I hope you'll keep voting them in. If you do, Effingham will do well. They're quality people. Thank you so much for letting me serve with you guys. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll move to our unfinished business. Item 1 and 2 have been removed. So we go to item number 3, which is a second reading. Consideration to approve the second reading of a request by Kern and Company LLC, Chad Zitrower as agent for Karen Brinkley's request to rezone plus or minus 17.77 out of 64.48 acres located on Blue Jay Road from AR1 to R5 to allow for a residential development, map number 432, parcel number 45. This was postponed from 11/19, but I think it was just because we had some additional conditions.
Correct.
So do we have a motion to approve the second reading?
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Floyd to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Item number 4 is also a second reading, consideration to approve a second reading of an application by David Seckinger for a variance to allow for the reduction in the required 60-foot access easement located on Ebenezer Road, map number 446, parcel number 19 in the 5th District.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I'd have to step down because this property does join my personal property.
Very good. The clerk would note that Mr. Kiefer has stepped away from the bench for item number 4, second reading. Once again, I think there were some additional conditions that were on this one.
Yes, sir.
So do you have a motion to approve the second reading?
I'll make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Floyd. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. And Mr. Kiefer is returning to the bench. Excuse me. Item number 5 is a public hearing. Consideration to approve an application by MLRE Partners Land Company Incorporated for a variance located on Noel C. Conway Road to deviate from the use of required reuse lines in new development map number 376, parcel number 16 in the 1st District. This was postponed from October 15th and then November 5th.
Yes, sir. So the applicant is requesting a variance from ordinance section 75-55, again, to deviate from the use of the required reuse lines in new development. The applicant has met with staff, and based on those discussions, the following conditions are added for the variance to meet the criteria of the ordinance. That an irrigation shall be used in all common areas. A 4-foot berm shall be created between Highway 30 and the townhomes. Install and irrigate Iliagnus on top of the above-mentioned berm. And a 4-foot chain link fence shall be installed around the detention pond in front of the neighborhood. So again, staff has reviewed the application, and if approved, the variance will meet the criteria of the current ordinance with the conditions that are listed on your staff report.
Okay, we'll open a public hearing. Anyone tonight speaking in favor of this variance request?
Yes, I'm Matt Bird. I'm a managing member of MLRE Partners. Just like to say thank you to Wesley Corbett for your service past 8 years. We appreciate it. I'm here to answer any questions that y'all have.
He's addressed everything that I've been looking for over there.
I just had a question about access from the townhomes to the school? Does that exist, and
Yes, sir,
what is it
that's
exactly?
existing, it's on the plans.
Okay,
Yep. they would
And
definitely
it's
do that.
a condition of the rezoning too. I
Okay,
did check
great.
that, so we're good.
good deal. Appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
And I know staff had some ideas, and everything's been resolved that y'all needed to be addressed.
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Anyone tonight speaking in opposition to this variance request? Anyone speaking in opposition? Seeing no one coming forward, I'll close the public hearing, see if there's any other discussion or a motion to approve.
Make a motion, we approve alternative one
Second. Motion by Mr.
with the
Floyd.
conditions stated.
Right.
I want to make sure.
Motion by Mr. Floyd, second Mr. Burdette, to approve with planning board staff recommendations and additional conditions offered by the applicant. Correct?
Yes.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Now, I'm assuming you got the conditions on the recording that were listed.
Yes, sir.
It's
It's in the staff report.
Okay, very good. All right, item number 6 then is our second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by MLRE Partners Land Company Incorporated for a variance located at Noel C. Conway Road to deviate from the use of required reuse lines in new development. Map number 376, parcel number 16, the first district. Motion to approve the second reading.
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Floyd, second, Mr. Burdette, to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Okay. And then item 7 and 8 has been withdrawn, so we go to item number 9. A public hearing, consideration to approve an application by Louis Cintron for a variance from ordinance section 3.3.1 located at 106 Bellevue Boulevard to allow for a reduction in accessory structure setback map number 416D, parcel number 2B in the second district. This was postponed from November 5th.
Yes, sir. So, again, postponed from that November 5th meeting. I did want to clarify a couple things. You guys did ask some questions at that meeting. The pool house permit, and let me put this, I'll put that up there for you. That way you can see the pool house there. It has a permit that is currently, it hasn't been issued yet. As it was applied for after the building was built, so, which is part of how we've gotten to this part. And then the applicant did, in that meeting, suggest that they had a letter from the neighbor. Staff has not received that yet, but I think the applicant may be here to explain that as well. But again, staff has reviewed the application, and if approved, the variance could meet the criteria of the ordinance if we can get the building to comply with the International Building and Fire Code regulations. And again, the building would need to be permitted through the county, which we do have that permit on file, it just has not been completed. That process has not been completed because we are going through this process.
Waiting to see if you're gonna get a variance, so you
Right,
can't approve it.
yes, sir.
Because you can't approve without a
Right,
variance. Gotcha.
yes, sir.
And if I remember correctly, that fence line we see there, that is not on the property line.
That is not the
'Cause that was
property
one of
line.
the concerns we had, that it was right on the property line, and that would probably be a no-go. Okay, we're in a
So
public
really, it's
hearing.
just a side setback.
Right, so it is the setback from the side and then the setback from the home.
Yeah.
Because the ordinance does require 10 feet from the home and 5 feet from the side setback.
Yep, and that yellow line is the
Yes, sir.
property line.
That would be the,
So on that fence, it's,
and you can see, because this image is from GIS and it could possibly be shifted a little bit, but you can see that it is still too close to the property line.
yeah, it's real close. All right, we're in a public hearing. Would the applicant like to speak? Just requesting this variance. You said they had a letter maybe from the neighbor or talk about it?
Actually, I'm the neighbor.
You can come to the microphone, if you would, please. You're the neighbor?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So actually, I got no problem with Mr. Lewis, and I signed the document for him from the, I think it's the City Hall. So he submitted already.
Okay.
So
And
as
your name for the record?
the name,
Your name, please?
Hong Wang.
You got that?
I'm sorry.
Can you spell it for the record?
Haihong is my first name, Haihong, and my last name is Wang. Wang.
Very
Yeah.
good. Thank you so much. And so that yellow line is her property right there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're here
I got no-
testifying you have no issue with it?
No problem
All right,
with that, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, you're gonna need to read that name into the minutes.
No, read it.
Is there
Mrs.
guttering
Wong,
along
Mrs.
that?
Wong. I can get the last name. No, we appreciate you coming tonight. Thank you so much. All right, is there any other constituent speaking in favor or against this conditional use? Seeing no one coming forward, I'll close the public hearing, see if there's any discussion among the board.
I'd be curious, is there guttering along there to catch the water to maybe bring it back on his property? That would be my only
Probably there's a
future,
gutter on it, but
future issue I would see there being a problem, but.
I know
That's up to
we
you.
discussed this last
Is
time.
is the
and
applicant here tonight?
He is.
Are you the applicant? Could you come to the microphone real quick, please? There's a question on your pool house. Is there a gutter that keeps the water from going on her property? On that side, there's a gutter?
Yeah, that water going all the way to the back to my property.
You have a gutter on the top of your building there?
You can see the
And we have
downspout in
drain
the back.
too.
Yeah.
We have water drain in the floor. We make a water drain all the way to the back too.
It seems like I see a gutter line coming down too. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
looks like one.
Okay.
My issue would be that I asked you to reach out to me during that period of time, and I haven't heard from you. I don't know if staff has heard from you, and I would have been happy to meet you at your house and try to work something out, but I didn't hear anything from you, so I have a hard time getting behind an approval of this tonight. So I'm not gonna be recommending tonight. I gave you an opportunity and wanted to give you the grace to do something, but clearly you built this without a permit and without consulting anybody at the county. And I gave you that opportunity I would have drove to your house and worked with you, but
The lady sent an email, but my English is not the best one and I can write best. I have a lady help me with all that. And she sent an email like if she came and if we need something else, but
I would have been finding out how to get somebody to get some help if I would have been you. That's, I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I'm just trying to find a way to say yes, but it's kind of hard to do that when you're giving somebody that opportunity and you had a month to do so. And I didn't hear a peep. We got an email today or yesterday from her letter, and that was the only thing I've seen.
Be a communications.
I had to call her.
An understanding.
Unless somebody, I welcome comments, please.
No, I'm with you.
Well, he's asked for a table the last time, and if you want to ask for a table now, we get another table. So that he's in 30 more days to reach out to you or not reach out to you, and that will seal the fate one way or the other, probably. If you want, if the commission wants to have a table.
Do you
Well, I
understand
think
what I'm asking you?
I think the concern is that this lady is okay with it, but she may not always on the property, and we don't want to set a precedent that somebody who builds a pool house without first getting a permit can come later on and get permission.
The permit would have
Unless we
prevented
make
the
some-
problem. The permit would have prevented the problem from ever occurring.
sure.
And there ought to be some repercussions of improvements that would at least limit.
And you build for a living, so that's, I mean, I'm all about trying to help
If you don't want
somebody
to table
out.
it, we can move to a vote, but
I'd be willing to do one more table, I mean, on our end, if you wanted to do that. I'd give you another opportunity. Be glad to drive over, take a look at it in person, discuss what can be done. Like to see those gutters and maybe talk with Ms. Chelsea in the meantime and see where we're at with the other issues. Make sure they're gonna meet criteria as well before we vote on it.
Yes, sir.
But if, I'm gonna be
How I
frank
try
with
to,
you.
how I try to look at these is assume this is proposed. Would you approve if it's proposed?
No,
Well, I'm just, that's,
I mean, that would be,
that's the right way to look at it, yeah. The neighbor, it's okay, so
well, I mean, I understand you're okay with it, but the fact is he built without a permit. If he would have built with a permit like everybody else does and what we're supposed to do, we wouldn't even be sitting here today.
All
They're
right,
in the
so-
business of doing so.
So we have two directions we can go. We can make a motion to either approve or deny, or we can make a motion to table to the second meeting, which will give us a full 30 days to look at in January. What's your
I don't
druthers?
care if you, do you
I'll
understand?
defer to
do you
Commissioner
understand what's
Burdette,
being asked?
whatever you're comfortable with.
Like, it's like a,
I'm asking you, do you understand what we're asking of you? Do you contact Roger and
Or
invite him to
call-
your home to come and
sure.
look?
And if you don't hear from me, I would reach out again.
sure, sure.
I've got a
I
phone, I've got
apologize,
an
that
email.
inconvenience,
It doesn't, I mean, I'm here to do the job and serve the people, so that's part of the job. I'm perfect, I'll go anywhere. But, you know, if I don't hear from you, I'm thinking you really don't care that much about a variance. I'll be willing to table it to the second meeting in January, give us a month and a half.
What's that date?
The 21st?
1/21?
In the spirit of Christmas. Merry Christmas.
thank you.
So January 21st, 25, table to there is a motion by Mr. Burdette. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Deloach. All in favor of tabling this to January 21st, 2025, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, whatever. Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. We're gonna table it one more time, and I think the issue you gotta remember, would we approve this had it been given to us prior to permitting? Probably not. So there's gonna have to be something to ensure that not only is this lady's property protected, but future properties, if it stands a chance of getting a variance. So you wanna make sure you connect with Mr. Burdette, let him come and look at some opportunities with staff
Sure.
to see if we can rectify and not have to make it be moved.
And can I say, for the sake of not inconveniencing Ms. Wong, can we accept her statement? Or she
Yeah.
doesn't have to come out next time?
Oh, no, I
believe-
think
yeah.
it's good.
I'm pretty sure it was in
Yeah.
our email today or yesterday.
We got her name, we got it spelled, it's on the record. Thank you so much, appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a good night.
We're gonna move to item number 10.
Yes, it actually came from
11.
Ashley Smart yesterday morning at 9:59 a.m.
All right, we're going to item number 11 under unfinished business. Consideration to approve an application by Sayan Kentrell. Hope I pronounced that close. Huh? Sean? That's how you spell Sean? I got a grandson that spells Sean S-E-A-N.
It is S-E-A-N.
It says S-A-E-N.
I think that's a typo.
That's a typo?
Yeah.
Well, y'all just threw me a loop from my last meeting. All right, S-E-A-N, not S-A-E-N, as in this note here, by Sean Cantrell for variance from ordinance section 3.3.1 located at 101 Little Jack Way to allow for an increase in the maximum required height for a necessary structure, map number 455C, parcel number 150 in the 5th district.
Yes.
Postponed from November 5th.
Yes, sir. So the applicant is requesting to increase the required building height in an R1 zoning district. So right now, R1 does, the maximum building height is 15 feet. Again, from November 5th, some of the questions that the commission did have was what would the height of this building be? Based on the building plans that were submitted, there is a building permit in place. Not approved, but of course, we're going through the process, so that's why it's not approved yet. The height on the plans is 19 feet, so the variance would be for 4 feet. And the building itself is an accessory structure, but it's 512 square feet total. So, and again, the permit was applied for. Staff did visit the location and surrounding area, and there are other accessory structures that are in close proximity that are above that 15-foot requirement. So staff has reviewed the application, and if approved, the variance will meet the criteria of the ordinance.
When was this built?
So the structure isn't built yet. He applied, and that is where we caught the height requirement.
Is it a pole barn or garage? What's the structure?
So it's a accessory structure. It looks like it's going to be somewhat of a enclosed pole barn.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Shed type.
Okay, so these
As
are-
far as architecturally, he'll just have to meet the HOA's requirements on that, right?
Okay, so this is one where they're requesting a variance prior to
Yes, sir.
building it. which
They
is
have not built it
the
yet.
way it should be done.
It's
Okay,
unusual, isn't it?
very good. All right, we're in a public hearing. Is the applicant here tonight that like to speak in favor of this variance request? Is the applicant here tonight? Okay, anyone tonight speaking in opposition to this variance request? Seeing no one coming forward, we'll close the public hearing and see what discussion there is among the board.
I did go by the site, and I guess I left, 2 meetings ago. I guess I was confused. I thought it was an existing structure
No.
that we had found. 'Cause
That's what I thought it was too.
Huh?
That's why I thought we asked
That's,
how high it was.
well, anyway, that was my assumption, but I did go out and look, and there is like a little open shelter, nothing there that I thought would have been too high. I will say the house it's a tall house. It's almost a full 2-story type house, so it's a very tall house as far as fitting in.
Is the house taller than 19 foot? I would think it would be if it's 2-story.
Oh, for sure. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yeah.
And I think that's a consideration the board should consider if someone's building a structure that's lower than the roof line of the house you're building.
Yeah.
Just my thought.
So, 19 feet, so it's a 4-foot variance?
Yes, sir.
I don't have a problem. These are larger estate size lots. I don't remember the acreage, but it is a larger lot, right?
Yes, sir. It is a R1 community.
Yeah, it's near R1. I personally don't believe, and there's no one speaking for or against it. I don't. I assume, and again, I assume he's going through his HOA, Architecture Review Committee, on that side. So personally, I don't see where it doesn't fit on this site.
And I can say he is going through that process with his HOA. That's part of the reason that he came in and asked about the variance in the first place as well, because he was given information. So.
I mean, I prefer to let that HOA self-govern themselves on this. They're an active HOA. I'm fine, approving it and letting the HOA and them handle it to see that it's appropriate for their neighborhood. So with that, I will make a motion to approve with staff and planning board recommendations.
Now I'll second.
Motion, Mr. Kiefer, second, Mr. Deloach. And I'll add to, before I take a vote.
Okay.
I think that's appropriate in the fact that the main structure is higher. I'd always caution this board,
Yeah.
if the main structure was lower, it would alter the character of the neighborhood, and I don't think the HOA would approve it anyway, so.
Yeah.
Okay. With that being noted in the record, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. So we do the second reading. Consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Sean Cantrell for a variance from ordinance section 3.3.1 located at 101 Little Jack Way to allow for an increase in maximum required height for an accessory structure, map number 455C and parcel number 150 in the 5th District. Motion?
Make a motion to approve second reading.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Deloach to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Item number 13, under unfinished business ordinance, the second reading thereof, consideration to approve the second reading of an amendment, Part 2, Official Code, Chapter 10, Animals, Section 10-112, keeping the fowl of Effingham County Code of Ordinances. First reading was approved 11/19/24.
I'll make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Burdette, to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Item number 14, consideration to approve a site plan for warehouses on US 80 located at US Highway 80, zoned I-1, map number 354, parcel number 21, 21B, and 21C in the 5th District, postponed from November 19th.
So, Mr. Chairman, this item actually goes along with an unfinished business item for Brian Quigley and Jeremy Neese. So we would need a motion at this point to withdraw this item or remove this item from the agenda.
Because they requested the other be withdrawn.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to remove item number 14 and old business.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Floyd to remove item number 14 from unfinished business. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no.
And that does say 5th district, but I believe it's the 1st district.
It is,
And this is in the 1st district for the record. Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing no no's, it passes unanimously. Okay, that concludes our unfinished business. Can we push forward for a few minutes to our new business, and then we'll take a quick break before we do the planning? Okay. Under new business, consideration to approve resolution 24-040 to adopt and transmit the required 5-year partial comprehensive plan update to the state.
Hey, Kimberly Bartlett, Community Planner. So DCA has completed the review for the comprehensive plan, and they find that it adequately addresses the requirements. They offered some advisory comments, and the next step is to adopt the comprehensive plan and provide CRC with a copy of the resolution.
Sounds good. Any questions or discussion or a motion to approve alternative 1?
Make a motion to approve alternative 1.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Floyd to approve alternative 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no no's, it passes unanimously.
Thank you.
That was quick. Item number 2, consideration to approve resolution number 24-041 to amend the schedule of fees.
Ashley Kessler, Chief Building Official. These changes are meant to clarify some of the verbiage or terminology being used, plus the addition of new fees for certain permits like racking, which was formerly under industrial. This just clarifies it up more. So I'm here to answer any questions, and staff recommends alternative 1.
Any questions or discussion, or do you want to make a motion for alternative 1?
Make a motion to approve alternative 1.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Deloach to approve alternative 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no no's, it passes unanimously. Item number 3, consideration to approve the first reading to amend Article 8, Chapter 62, signs, billboards, interstate signs of the Effingham County Code of Ordinances. And we just heard from it at the workshops. I don't know, we need to repeat it, save you some breath and me some voice and us some time. Is there any other questions or discussions related to this?
Make a motion to approve alternative 1.
Second.
Motion for alternative 1 by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Floyd. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no no's, it passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Was anybody in the public that came here for this particular item that wanted to comment on it? Don't want to miss an opportunity for someone who showed up for that particular agenda item. I had a question. Seeing no one, we'll keep moving. Item number 4, consideration to approve the first reading to amend Part 2, Appendix C, Article 5, Table of Permitted Uses in the Effingham County Code of Ordinances.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Would you raise your right arm and repeat after me?
I will.
No,
Just don't tell my wife, okay? There you go. Remember, imitation is the greatest form of flattery, right?
That's right.
So, thank you very much, Steve Candler, Director of Development Services. So after the retreat, we talked about the table of permitted uses, and we said that we wanted to make some changes. Folks would submit their changes. So in the table of permitted uses that you had in your packet, anything that was, I'll call it the white/clear one, was a recommendation that somebody submitted, either a conditional use or a permitted use, and we went ahead and filled in the table with those changes. So this is, again, it's a much thicker, more comprehensive table of permitted uses than we currently have, and this is going to help us when we put together the steering committee for the zoning districts, because the zoning districts all refer back to the table of permitted uses. So this is going to be really nice to have. Do you see your changes in there, sir?
Looking.
Okay, I thought you would.
Well, and one
You
thing,
should. They were good changes. We appreciate
I
it.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
hopefully,
I was kind of sickly, so I hope I didn't have some weird ones in there, but.
hopefully everybody's had a chance to review and look at the, I think the table is going to simplify a whole lot.
It
It's going to be
is.
great. But one thing, we're still under a moratorium.
Yes.
So if you see some things on the table of uses, we can do a text amendment to this table, you know, or you can, I won't be able to, but you can in the next couple of meetings, before the moratorium's lifted, and you will not have damaged anything. So you don't
course.
have to.
And we can, it should be a done over time
Oh, it's gonna
potentially
be.
anyway.
That's a
Well,
living
yeah, we'll have
document.
tweaks
If-
along the way,
yeah.
but I just want to eliminate some
Always-
fears that I might miss something,
Yeah,
and,
that's right.
and,
We'll always come up with something,
yeah, but you have a little more.
oddball thing that we have
You've
to
got a little more
address.
time if you don't look at all tonight.
Yeah, it's
so,
probably gonna be potentially more adding uses
Yeah.
as they come up.
Sure, of course, you could always assign the outgoing chair some homework, that he do this for the next year and look for any new businesses. But other than that, so also in the zoning district, some of the initial language we have is that if something is not in here, the applicant that is bringing that forward has to bring forward that text amendment to you. It's not gonna be staff. So that's how we plan to add it further if it's something
I
that we
like
don't
that.
know
If it's
about.
not a permitted use already, they have to bring the text amendment and ask for us to approve that.
That's correct,
If there's
yes,
a,
sir.
like a strike through, that means that's gonna be go away.
Correct, yes, sir.
And then the new thing added will be added.
Yes, sir.
And before we get with the steering committee, we'll address the changes on the berm and light industrial, like we talked about, and size of building, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And so, actually, as a reference, so in the zoning districts that I've, done the draft form on, anything that refers to that table, all zoning districts, refers to 3.34, they have to look at the buffer table. So they got to look at the TPU, so this is more of a unified development ordinance, where everywhere you start referring to what you have to do also. And so it's easier to do that, and we change the tables, but yes, that's gonna be addressed.
Okay.
And there might be some amendments to this after the steering committee comes back with comments.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So,
Now, do you see them all, Mr. Burdette? Do you-
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you, good.
All right, any comments or
Great.
questions from
Appreciate it.
anyone who was here for this agenda item? Seeing no one, I'm gonna see if there's a motion to approve the first reading.
Make a motion to approve the first reading.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Burdette, second, Mr. Floyd, to approve the first reading. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, the first reading is approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item number 5, might as well stay up there. Consideration to approve the first reading to amend Article 7, Planning Board criteria of the Effingham County Code of Ordinances.
Yes, sir, thank you. Steve Candler, Director of Development Services. So as you know, we have some changes on the planning board, and we thought that would be a great time to implement some requirements of the planning board to allow them to be more educated in the land use process. We're not trying to eliminate folks that are potential, because these are all after the fact. So if somebody chooses to volunteer to be on the planning board, that's great. And then these are some of the things. So we talked about the Planning 101 with Carl Vinson. We talked about just an orientation of how the processes are here locally. And so these are the things that we've suggested to help the planning board members get more oriented as to what they're doing and become more educated in the land use process in the state of Georgia
Much
and
like
the
the
county.
commissioners, when they get elected, they have to take these classes and courses.
Continuing education.
Be
Exactly.
brought up to speed. Sounds great. Is there
Would
any-
like some of those educational classes, if they were already in a professional capacity where they had to do continuing ed, would it count for that?
We would check them off.
Okay.
Absolutely. And they all come with a
Just hate
certificate.
to double up on somebody
Yep,
that's
you
already.
give me a certificate or something and we'll check it off, yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, we're not gonna be that difficult. We just wanna make sure they're prepared
Sure.
for, the nights that they're gonna endure on the planning
Because there's
board.
some very wise people who may not have any knowledge of zoning at all, and
Right, that's right.
knowledge plus wisdom always equals better information.
And that's why we don't wanna put it ahead of time as any type of condition. We wanna do it after the fact.
Very good. All right, any other questions or discussion? I think it's great to provide and pay for their education if they need it and training. Okay. Is there a motion to approve
So
alternative one?
moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Floyd. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no.
Thank you.
Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Item number 6, consideration to approve a stakeholder committee for review of the Code of Ordinances related to Part 2, Appendix C, Article 4, zoning districts.
Hey, Mr. Chair, Steve Candler, Director of Development Services. So in your packet, we put together some recommendations for the stakeholder committee for the review of the proposed zoning districts. So after tonight, after the passing of signs, and the table of permitted uses, we have one article / chapter left of the zoning ordinance that needs to be revised. It's a very important one, and it's the zoning district. So AR1, anything that we already have on that table of permitted uses has to have some type of description to it as to what's there. Most of them have a table that allows, frontage, setback, all that kind of stuff. Anyway, so that's what the stakeholder committee are gonna do. Very important task, very important task. So, those are the criteria that we put there. And then I think there were a list that was given to you. And then I think there were 2 late additions for District 4. Do you have those as well?
I saw 14 on my list.
Okay.
I don't know how many names.
We're not gonna have more than 14.
Can we go through them real quick, just names wise, and just make sure?
Yeah.
Okay. So for District 1, I have Kim Eiler, Jake Patrick. District 2, Dee Moncrief, Ryan Thompson. District 3, Carol Stone. District 5, Lindsay Smith. Mark Arrington, Tommy Morgan, Jeremy Ziegler. Brant Herndon with the IDA. And then from the incoming chairman, I got Jacob Lang and Brad Cowan. From District 4, I've got Brittany Dasher and Gina Bass. And then from Effingham County, we put out a notice to say, hey, if you guys are interested in this, I have Brian Pepe and Tony Sapp. So the 2 additional ones are from Ms. Helmy, who gave it to us.
Was Brittany Dasher, and what was the other? It was
Gina Bass.
Gina Bass. Those are the 2 that are on here.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
16 total.
Mhm.
Correct.
And that may be good. I was kind of opposed to so many, but it may be they can all not come.
Yeah,
So
I'm sure somebody will watch.
This will ensure you'll get at least 12 to 14 there.
Yes.
Totally agree.
Do we need to send you the contact information for the folks?
It
in
would be
district?
very helpful if we don't have it, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes. So, we've talked about, in here, the suggestion is a week from today, as we have our first meeting, from 10 to 2. More of an orientation, get focused, hand out documents, that kind of stuff. So if you approve this tonight, we're gonna go ahead and send that out tomorrow morning and let everybody know.
And for our constituents, and some of the other board members may want to add a comment, but this is designed that this staff and this board has put a lot of time at looking at our zoning districts, and we want to try to find whatever we're missing, what we're overcomplicating, overthinking, but also trying to protect the character and the rural feel of our community as much as possible, trying to get more eyes looking at these zoning districts and perfecting them in a very rapidly growing, not just county, but district. The 4 or 5 county area is just really booming. I hope our sister counties are doing the same thing, looking at those zoning districts. We want the public to speak into it from the school, from the IDA, from developers, to just residential, to realtors, all different aspects to look at these. And hopefully when we get through with this, before we lift the moratorium, we'll have a good definition of our zoning as well as the permitted uses for each of those zoning, and make less mistakes going forward when we approve a project. So that's the goal of this, so you understood that. Okay. Always interested in our public input. Any other questions, discussion from the board, or motion to approve?
I also want to let you know that at the stakeholder meeting, the first one, all of the things we wrote down at the retreat, we have those. Those are going to be up on the wall. Those are going to be, say, look, this is what the commissioner talked about when we were at retreat. Be sure and add these in there
The
somewhere.
buffers on arterial
Oh, the
roads
buffers
and
on
all?
artillery, the whole, we got them all.
That's good.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
So that'll be exciting to see that implemented in the
Yeah, I'm
zoning
excited
district.
about it, to see
Yep.
what everybody comes up with from every,
If we don't meddle, board members who are present, can we just show up and sit in the back of the room and listen?
If you have your homework done by then, yes.
All right, sounds good. Any other discussion or motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Kiefer, to approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no.
Thank you.
Hearing no no's, it passes unanimously. All right. I do not think we can get through the rest of the new business in the next couple of minutes. Is there an item of new business that staff and management would like us to handle before we take a break and go into planning board items? There may be one or two here that maybe some folks are here for. Is there anyone here for any new business item? Probably mostly planning board hearing folks, I would assume. Staff, do you have anything you want us to address at this time? All right, with that, we're
Mr.
going.
Chairman, if you might want to mention that some of this has been postponed for the
Yeah.
planning board.
All right, if you're here tonight for the planning board items, items number 1 and 2, the planning board recommended denying an application by Kevin Forbes as agent for Kimberly and Rebecca Ron to rezone 425 acres. That item has been tabled to 3/18/25 at the request of the applicant. So the applicant is allowed to request a tabling of one time. If they come to the meeting, they did, they've made that request, so we have to honor that. So that will not be heard until 3/18. So if you're here for 1 and 2, that will not be heard tonight. Then items number 9 and 10, the planning board recommending approving an application by Lynn Grimes to rezone plus or minus 3.21 acres located at 1141 Goshen Road from AR1 to AR2. Will not be heard tonight. The applicant is ill and could not be here. And so we're going to honor that request, even though they're not present, to table that to 1/7 so they can be here to represent themselves for that public hearing.
And that's 11 and 12 also, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. And that's 11 and 12 as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay? So if you're here for those items, you can go ahead and dismiss. We will not hear those tonight, though we'll hear those on those dates. Those will be moved to 6 o'clock hour though, right? That's what we normally do, right? We move the planning board, that we don't hear, the table goes to the new business.
It's supposed to
Unfinished.
go under unfinished business, but.
Yeah. We'll do it as unfinished business at 6 o'clock, but that notice will be put out. All right, with that, we're gonna take a break. The board have been going a couple hours, use the restroom, whatever, get some water. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. missing a commissioner. Sarah, would you mind stepping in the other room and see if Commissioner Burdett's there and tell him we're trying to go back into planning? We're waiting on one commissioner. We'll get started shortly. Okay, we're going to go ahead and go into regular session. Back in the regular session, we're going to move to our planning board items on page 6, if you're following along with the agenda. The first item under the planning board tonight is item number 3, as item number 1 and 2 has been tabled to March 18th. Item number 3, under public hearings, consideration to approve an application by Charles Westerfield for a conditional use to allow for a residential business for a floral business located at 100 Colebrook Circle, map number 435E, parcel number 41 in the 2nd district.
Yes, sir. So the applicant is requesting that conditional use for a residential business. This will be for a floral business. This parcel is located on the corner of Goshen Road and Colebrook Circle, as you can see here on the map. Staff and the applicant did meet for a technical review committee meeting where we did discuss the residential business process, business license, and the parking that would be needed. Parking is already provided with the current driveway. As you can see here, the applicant has provided a concept plan that is showing where the cars will park. And he is showing that the business will occur within the residence and no outside structures will be utilized. Staff has reviewed the application, and if approved, the conditional use will meet the criteria of the current ordinance with the condition that they do keep an Effingham County occupational tax certificate or a business license in good standing.
All right, we'll open a public hearing and invite the applicant or anyone speaking in favor of this conditional use to come speak at this time. Is the applicant here, would like to speak?
Do I need to?
You don't have to.
Okay.
But it's
Good to know you're here. It's good to know he's here.
Good to know you're here, though. That's right. Anyone tonight speaking in opposition against this request of a conditional use? Seeing no one coming forward, I'll close the public hearing. I would like to ask you one question. I see it in the condition, but if you come to the mic, there's not going to be any retail or wholesale sale of floral arrangements. This is strictly a consulting business.
Correct. My intent is to do weddings, events, stuff like that. So I won't be making any deliveries from my home. I won't be selling anything from the property at all.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Anybody else got any questions while he's here?
I don't.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other discussion or a motion?
No, I like the fact that the driveway is off Goshen, so it's, I have no problem with it. I make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Floyd to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. We'll have the second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Charles Westerfield for a conditional use located at 100 Coldbrook Circle to allow for a residential business for a floral business, map number 435E, parcel number 41 in the second district. Motion for second reading?
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Floyd for the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Item number 5, public hearing, consideration to approve an application by Linda Hayes for a variance from ordinance section 5.1.4 to allow for a reduction in required building setbacks located at 143 Churchill Road, map number 297B and number 63A in the first district.
Yes, sir. So again, the applicant is requesting a variance from ordinance section 5.1.4 to allow for the reduction in required building setbacks. The applicant came in to get an electrical permit only for the storage building that you can see here, and there we go. It is this building here, as you can see with my cursor. And after discussions with the applicant, they would like to make the building a secondary residence. The parcel is 1.01 acres. And so this variance will be for 11 feet in the front, 28 feet from the side, and 4 feet from the current dwelling that is there. And that is because this is a side street here, and then of course Churchill Road. So because this is zoned AR1, it is 50 feet from the side street, 50 feet from the front, and then of course 50 feet from the primary dwelling as well.
Okay. We're opening a public hearing. If the applicant's here or anyone else that'd like to speak in favor of this variance request would come forward. Okay. Applicant is here and ready to answer any questions from the board. Anyone speaking in opposition to this variance request? Seeing no one coming forward, we'll close the public hearing and see if the board has any questions for the applicant.
It's far enough away from everything. I don't see where it's an issue. With that, I'll make a motion that we approve the variance.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Floyd, second Mr. Deloach to approve the variance. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. The second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Linda Hayes for a variance from ordinance section 5.1.4 to allow for a reduction in required building setbacks located at 143 Churchill Road, map number 297B, parcel number 63A in the first district.
Make a motion we approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Floyd, second by Mr. Deloach to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Item number 7, the planning board recommends approving an application by Billy Hill as agent for Danny Smith to rezone plus or minus 3.83 acres located at 1347 Old Tusculum Road from non-conforming AR1 to AR2 to allow for permitted uses in AR2. This is map number 318, parcel number 34 in the 3rd district.
Yes, sir. So again, the applicant is requesting to rezone the 3.83 acres to AR2. This parcel is currently non-conforming AR1, and the applicant would like to subdivide the parcel to create 3 separate lots. Conforming AR1 zoning shall have 5+ acres, so due to this being less than that, it must be rezoned to AR2. The rezoning is consistent with the future land use map, as this parcel is projected to be agricultural residential. Staff has reviewed the application, and if approved, the rezoning will meet the criteria of the ordinance with the condition that a plat shall be approved and signed and approved, and then recorded for the zoning to take place.
Very good. We're in a public hearing, so is the applicant or someone else that'd like to speak in favor of this rezoning request
applicants here.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone tonight speaking in opposition to this rezoning request? Seeing no one coming forward, we'll close the public hearing and see if there's any questions from the board or discussion or motion.
As Chelsea said, this is an older lot, and it's just coming in to compliance. Looks like all the boxes are checked. So with that being said, I'll make a motion to approve alternative 1.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, was that Mr. Floyd that made the second? Or Burdette? Mr. Burdette?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Burdette made the second. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. So we'll do the second reading. Consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Billy Hill as agent for Danny Smith to rezone plus or minus 3.83 acres located at 1347 Old Tusculum Road from nonconforming AR1 to AR2 to allow for permitted uses in AR2. Map number 318, parcel number 34 in the 3rd District.
Motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Burdette, to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Items 9, 10, 11, and 12 are tabled to January 7th, 2024. So that'll move us down to item number 13, which is a public hearing. The planning board recommends approving an application by Hunter McLean, CEO Josh Yellen, as agent for Cassie Hindley to rezone 247.2 acres located on Sand Hill Road from nonconforming AR1 to PDR to allow for residential development. Map number 289, parcel number 9 in the 1st District.
Yes, sir. So first, this is a conforming AR1 lot. I do apologize for that typo there in the agenda. The
It is a
applicant,
conforming, okay.
yes, it is. The applicant is requesting to rezone that 247.2 acres to PDR, or Planned Development Residential, for a residential development. A development of regional impact review was conducted for this proposed rezoning due to the number of proposed units, which is 504. The Coastal Regional Commission found that the proposed development is inconsistent with the adopted Regional Comprehensive Plan, and that the proposed development is located within a rural area and an area of significant natural resources. The base zoning for this PDR is the current R5 ordinance with the following density. 504 units on 158.03 net acres is a density of 3.2 units per acre. This is less than the current R5, which allows 5 units per acre. The architectural standards for the proposed single-family detached homes are consistent with the R5 zoning classification. And the PDR does specify that the side setbacks for there are 2 lots sizes, 37 feet by 110 feet lots will be 5 feet. This setback is less than the allowed setback in the R5 zoning district, which is 7.5 feet. International Fire Code requires 10 feet from the eave to eave of dwellings. At the planning board meeting, it was motioned for approval with staff recommendations and the following conditions: that no lots will back up to Sand Hill Road, and that the total percentage of those smaller cottage lots will not exceed 50% of the total number of overall lots. Staff has reviewed the application, and if approved, the rezoning will meet the criteria of the ordinance with the following conditions that are listed on your staff report, which include those 2 that were added at planning board.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Chelsea. We'll open a public hearing and see if the applicant or anyone else is here tonight that would like to speak in favor of this rezoning request.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Josh Yellen, speaking today on behalf of the applicant. I do want to mention that we do have with us, and they have stepped into the project, Greenland Developers. Mr. Brett Bennett is here to speak from the development team. Along with Mr. Bennett, we have Mr. Neil McKinsey from Coleman Company, who is the lead engineer for the project. And so we are happy to answer any questions that you may have. I would like to start off by saying that first and foremost, we want to thank Chelsea and staff for their recommendation of approval. We had the recommendation of approval going into the planning board meeting, and at planning board, it was also unanimously recommended for approval with conditions. The conditions are what you're seeing before you. I do want to state that we have taken the conditions and some of the other items that were even discussed in the planning board hearing, and we have already baked those into the text of the PDR that is before you. So we heard the feedback from the board, we heard feedback from the community, and changes were made to the plan. And so I do want to walk through some of those changes because it is slightly different from what was presented initially, but does make this a better project. And so first and foremost, it was recommended, as Ms. Chelsea stated, that 50% of the total development, that the lots for the cottage units be no more than 50%. We agreed, and that's been incorporated directly into the PDR ordinance. This did result in a reduction in the density of the project. And so the numbers from the staff report are actually slightly lower than the 3.2 units per acre that were indicated. Second, one of the requests was that no lots back up to Sandhill. We agreed, and this is also expressly built in and called out in the PDR text. Third, and this was a discussion that was had at the planning board hearing, was what could we do to increase the buffers for the project? And so we have increased the buffer along Sandhill to 100 feet and increased the buffer along all other sides of the property to 50 feet. There's significant wetlands on the, I'll say, south of the property, which is an enhanced buffer on that side towards the borough pit. But on the northern side of the, I'm saying north, but on the top of the screen, it's a 50-foot buffer with a 100-foot buffer along Sandhill. These buffers, as noted in the PDR text, are actually going to be undisturbed buffers so that they are in keeping with the character of Sandhill currently. We weren't going to come in and clear cut that and then replant it. That would be out of place. So it is a 100-foot undisturbed buffer. Fourth, there was a request that we look at establishing connectivity to the parcel to the screen north, I'll say. In case that site's ever developed, could there be the option to have connectivity for roads to pass through? That was also incorporated into the PDR text. Fifth, we added the results of the traffic study to the PDR text. Because of some of the improvements that are scheduled for the area that y'all know about, the two roundabouts coming in, the extension of Blue Jay, there weren't a lot of requirements that came in actually from the traffic study. But that traffic study was complete. It recommended the turn lanes. We updated our PDR text to include those recommendations, really so that everyone could be clear that we are taking the recommendations that we received, we're enhancing the project, but we want to make certain that we spelled this out for y'all as well, that these are already in the PDR ordinance. It wasn't a recommendation that we were going to take under consideration and come back at a later date. We specifically amended the ordinance that was presented to include these conditions. Since we've talked about some of the recommendations that were made, I know that Neil can talk more about some of the engineering for the project, but from a high level, I do want to be clear that this project is going to be exclusively single-family homes and exclusively detached single-family homes. The density, as was mentioned, is less than would be permitted within the R5 district, which if you put an R5 on this site and maxed it out would be 790 units. We're coming in well beneath that. Similarly, this PDR text and some of the changes that we've made typically has a 20% green space requirement. With the enhanced buffers and the enhanced green space, this project is now going to be at about 38% green space, and that does not count the 45 acres of wetlands, which are discounted from the green space requirements. But there's upwards of 130 acres of open space that are going to be kept and preserved as part of this site. I discussed the buffers, that we've increased them on all sides of the property. And then this site, like many of the sites that you've seen, is going to have enhanced amenities. There's going to be playgrounds, pocket parks, dog parks with walking trails, open fields, pools, and a clubhouse. And so even with all of these requirements, all these enhancements that have been made, we still believe that it's important to briefly talk about some of the concerns that we've heard about the project, because we do want to be open about what has been done. We've heard some rumors about the site, some things that we simply would like to address in the record. And so first, we've heard concerns that this site is entirely wetlands and that it should not be developed. We do want to make clear that based upon the wetlands documentation that we've received to date, this is absolutely not true. The jurisdictional delineation shows that there is significant uplands in the area. that yes, some of the older GIS maps online may show this site as wetlands, but as of 2024, that is simply not the case. Second, we've heard concerns for this site as it relates to impacts on the Effingham County School Board. We know, based upon conversations with the board, that Sand Hill Elementary in particular has adequate space. There's currently a shortage of 203 students as compared to what the site is planned for and built for. And this doesn't even take into consideration some of the proposed new elementary schools that are in the works for the area. Similarly, both South Effingham Middle and High School are functioning under capacity from what they were intended for. Oddly, and I say oddly, but by adding students to this area to actually attend the schools within the district, it reduces the chance that there could be redistricting and to pull students from this area to have to go to schools elsewhere and further away. So by having students in the vicinity, going to the schools in the vicinity, it helps and benefits the community as a whole. As was mentioned when talking about the traffic study and how there were minimal improvements required for the site, this is primarily because, and as you know, that roundabout is proposed south of the site at 80, to the north of the site at 17 and Marlowe, and then the Blue Jay Road extension. So we know that this area is already targeted for significant traffic improvements, and that this area in particular, and part of the reason why the developer was looking at this site, was because these improvements are scheduled, they will be coming online, and this was a good location to target growth. And so since we have the staff recommendation for approval, we had the recommendation of the planning board, we have incorporated the conditions of the planning board into our PDR text. We do respectfully request that you follow those recommendations and approve of today's rezoning. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, but did want to turn it over to Mr. McKenzie to talk about some of the site plan issues that he has the expertise in. But once again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Josh. Again, my name is Neil McKenzie, here on behalf of the property owner from Coleman Company. Josh covered a lot. I just wanted to bring up a few items that I wanted to speak about, in particular to the plan and the project as a whole. As Josh mentioned, there are two different lot configurations on the project. And what we did was we originally had a large portion of the lots as, you know, the cottage lots. We have capped them at 50% of the total. And what you would expect on these two different products as far as a house goes, on the smaller cottage lot, within the setbacks of this lot, the maximum floor plan that you would fit on this is 1,750 square feet. Now, oftentimes, these cottage lots are multi-level, so that's just the bottom floor that would be within the lot's setbacks. As far as the traditional lots, within the setbacks, you'd have a maximum footprint of 2,600 square feet. And again, these products are very builder-specific, so there's lots of options they have to go multi-level and that type thing. But that's just an idea of, you know, of the home size that you would expect in a project like this. As far as the internal infrastructure, we do anticipate these being public roads, but privately owned and maintained utilities. So we have approached the provider who has capacity, and they have, the developer has basically you know, taking on responsibility of maintenance and any long-term, you know, upkeep of the systems as needed, as well as any backup power that would be required with these. As Josh mentioned, we did update the open space and the buffering. We are currently almost double the required open space on the project. So just as a matter of discussion, we did enhance the buffer along the project frontage and then increase the buffering to the adjacent properties to 50 feet. And these buffers will be undisturbed and encouraged to grow back naturally, just to kind of keep tune with what's going on in the area. As far as connectivity goes, so we did have a traffic study done, and the traffic study came back with warranting two entrances into this project just based on the number of homes in here. Both of these entrances would have left and right turn lanes built per the county standard. And we did also work with staff to look at some downstream intersections as to the possible impact that this project might have on them. It turns out that two of those have planned GDOT projects, and the other one, which I'll mention which ones in a minute here, have a pending, the county has pending plans to improve those as well. One of the aspects of the plan that's kind of a hallmark of what these folks are, wanting to offer is the additional parking. So throughout the plan, you'll notice parallel parking, on the road, as well as the increased paving width to allow cars to, the emergency vehicles to, access the site and get around any parked cars on these parallel spots, as well as additional parking on each of the lots. So on the cottage lots, we are asking that the builders build a wider driveway that would accommodate, an additional parking spot. And then the traditional lots would have a minimum of 3 additional off-street parking spaces per lot.
When you, now are the roadways gonna be wider? I mean, we talked about in some of these other subdivisions, they can park on one side of the road or the other. Describe the parking situation again for me.
So the edge-to-edge paving width, the travel lanes will be 28 foot. So you'll have a 14-foot wide travel lane. Okay. In addition to that, in some areas of the plan, we have off-street parallel parking.
Along
so
the
that's not
roadway.
counted in that 14-foot.
This is what we
lane.
talked about at our retreat, correct? Okay.
Can I get clarification on that? I thought it was 12, I thought it was that 28 feet would not be two 14-foot lanes, but it would be there'd be a one side of the street parking on it.
But I think they're going beyond that.
We are, right.
Okay.
So the
That's a minimum, I think they're going beyond.
the parking, the additional parking is not part of the 28 foot.
Okay,
So,
so
and
you're,
it's-
so
and
what you're
it's-
saying is that the current R5 zoning requires the 28 feet, which includes parking. You're saying it's gonna be 28 feet plus, and then in addition to that, you're gonna have
In
parking.
parts of the plan,
Okay.
yes.
This would be like some of the lots we saw, the subdivisions that had the, cut into the side, had the 2-lane road, but then you had the additional parking built to the side.
That's right. Yes,
It
sir.
might be cut into the lot, in other words, is that what it would be, or just a whole nother lane?
It would be a whole other lane. So
Still kind of the same thing,
these
I think.
spaces don't occur in front of homes. It's basically where we have open spaces and pocket parks, that kind of thing. That's where we have, and, just the common areas, that's where we provide this additional spaces.
Just in the common areas,
Yes, sir.
not in front of homes?
Not at the homes.
Good.
We did mention the architectural, requirements. These are in line with the R5 zoning. And then just a few of the concerns, stormwater management and flood zones. We are bound to meet county and state requirements for stormwater management. In addition, any downstream properties, we would do a downstream analysis to make sure that we don't cause any flooding from our site downstream. This site does drain to the Ogeechee, so it is is an area that we need to be cognizant of. And then as far as the
And for comfort, we have beefed up our engineering department to review all those plans.
Absolutely.
And ensure that we're not just relying on state's reviews, so.
And I have been subject to his reviews also, so I'm well aware. And then the last thing is the flood zone. So most of the property is Zone X. There is a portion of it that is Zone A. On the current plan, there's actually only 25 lots that are in the A zone. So if those lots were developed, we would have to meet the county's flood ordinance, do a flood study, and pull those lots out of the flood zone. So that would be part of it and finalize when we do the platting of, of the project. But only 25 lots out of the 500 would be affected by the, being in Zone A. And then finally, wetland impacts. There are wetlands, in and around the property. We have done a lot of planning efforts to avoid wetland impacts. We do have one impact that's unavoidable on the plan. If you're looking at it, there's a parcel, there's a piece of upland on the very north side that there's a road there now and a pipe. We've got to impact a small amount of wetland there to build the crossing that it would take to get back to that portion of the master plan. And then just lastly, just on the project timing, if this were to be approved tonight, we would have probably 10 to 12 months of engineering and permitting before we would even start site prep out there. So 2025 would be eaten up with engineering and permitting. 2026 would be when we would see the first moving of earth, out there. If the project is phased, it would take about 6 months to prep the land to even be able to build the first home. So you're anticipating the first homes coming online calendar year of 27. So that would be the earliest that we think we'd have a home, out there online if everything was approved tonight and went smooth from here until, the end of permitting. With that, we'll be glad to answer any questions.
You mentioned the square footage of the home. The maximum on the cottage would be 1,750. Is there a minimum? Is there a minimum square footage of the home y'all are proposing?
There is not. And the reason is now is we don't have a builder that's basically signed up to build the homes yet. Once we get to that point, then we could
What is in that zoning that they're asking for? Is there a minimum? I mean, I don't want tiny homes.
Yes, sir. So, per the Effingham County Code of Ordinance, the minimum square footage is 525 square feet.
Okay, we need to look at something there. I don't agree with,
so
that's something we can discuss. I don't know what, I mean.
In the zoning district, yes, we can.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I would like to be able to specify a minimum of possibly 1,500.
Okay.
I don't want a bunch of tiny homes.
Right.
I'm just being honest with you.
I get it, sure. And we can definitely.
Normal 3-bedroom, 2-bath family homes is what I would prefer to see.
Right.
And that would
That isn't something we have, I mean.
that would exclude a garage, right? That'd be 1,500 of living space.
Living space, yeah.
Yeah, I think just my limited understanding of what a 17-foot, 100-foot square house is, you could put it on on this size lot.
You can.
Okay, well, you said they can go vertical, so I mean, that's.
If you go vertical, it's gonna be 25.
Right,
Probably
that's what I'm
because
saying.
that's the kind of
If
house
there's
that my
room
daughter
to
lives
do
in.
that, I think 1,500 is a fair
Yeah.
bottom side.
And I think we could commit to a 1,500 square foot minimum.
Minimum, yeah. It'd probably be more marketable than a 1,700, just because it's gonna sound better to the purchaser. It's gonna give you a little more.
That's right.
Beauty in what you can be able to construct.
Right. And just because of the width of the cottage lots, those things lend themselves to being multi-level.
Yeah.
So at the end of the
Some will
day,
be
they'll
more than
probably be
1,700, probably.
2,200 square feet.
Some lots
on
I've seen in
average.
R5 type zonings, but I think setting the minimum is good, because if you didn't develop this PD becomes a text, and we don't put something in there, somebody with less quality and
There'll be-
character might do something different.
There'll be 1,100 square foot homes in there.
Yeah, and it needs to be 1,500 of living space, excluding the garage requirements and so forth.
The only other thing, you said private utilities, there won't be, if I have anything to do with it, there will not be another private water system in this county without a generator on it.
Well, that's a question I had about private utilities. This is, how far north of the school is this, Tim? Is it more than 1,000 feet from the school?
Oh, yeah. And we don't have, of course, we don't have water or sewer going to the school yet.
I know it, but I know that's one of the things that, this is a pretty sizable, and I don't know what the economics of this are, but I think it'd behoove, if we hadn't already fully detailed that, what would it cost us? What could we pick up along the way? We've talked about trying to get some of the development on this side of the county so that traffic goes out to Hyundai and all, it doesn't come back through the county. So I like that it's on the west side of the county to create, it lessens traffic issues for us in the middle of the county, 21, the Parkway, because those folks are probably gonna go out a whole nother way.
Sure.
So it does answer a lot of boxes for me for traffic. At the same time, if you got a subdivision of 500 folks, I hate to see the county acquiesce to a private utility without
That
at
was
least
my
looking
next
at that
question.
cost. I know there'd be a negative payback for a while, but in that construction, you may have some other development. You can move to that side of the county over the next 3 years. And so in the long run, it may be better for us to try to find a way to work with the developer, whatever they're gonna pay for a private system, help us fund public system to get there.
Correct, and so I did ask the developer that, and obviously, the process goes that they have to, no matter what, it's in our service district, they're gonna have to request for service for us first,
So
right?
it's not done deal, they're gonna use
Yeah.
it private. They're just saying
Yeah,
that
so
they have a ability to provide
if we don't,
multifamily.
that's right,
Or, I'm not multi, but density.
That's right.
Okay.
correct.
Right
So-
now, that's our
Something I
option.
wanna know is that
So
we have an
that-
option.
So,
Right, yeah, if that's an option, that's something we'd be interested in for sure.
So I did ask the developer if that's something they'd be willing to discuss, because obviously there's gonna be substantial upfront cost, doing a private, for a development of that size, doing, a private, water and sewer system, to potentially, working with the county, to, utilize those funds towards contributing to the, extending water and sewer up there. They
Yeah.
said they'd be happy to have those discussions.
Very good. That checks my box on utilities. I hate to walk away from the utilities that may prevent us from providing quality utilities to other constituents on that side.
Sure, sure. And Mr. Floyd, if private systems are part of this, we would commit to backup power, absolutely.
I know we're just approving the rezoning. This, even though we've got a basic plan here, we're not approving a sketch plan tonight.
That's correct, sir. They would have to come back for preliminary
That-
plat.
Okay. The parking, so the only on-street parking, like you said, is the common areas, not cars all up and down the road.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And I guess in the sketch plans, we'll have some more specifics on the amenities.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's the little concern I had. 2.5 acres of amenities for 500 homes seems rather small.
Was it 2.5, how many acres is it?
2.57 on the,
So we, and that is, what that says is, that's the size of the amenity areas proper. Like, if, you know, if we had a pool and a clubhouse, that kind of thing, that's where that would fit. But there are a lot of other, you know, areas on the plan, pocket parks, you know, open areas that we can maintain. That 2.8 acres is just earmarked for clubhouse, fitness area, you know, that type thing, pool. The project would offer a lot more amenities than just the 2.8 acres.
And we would see that, I guess, in the sketch plan.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What's that in the, and my PDF is blurry, I can't read, that large white area about midways on the south property line, or south one? I'm just trying to, I can't read any of that.
So that large area is what we've earmarked for the sewer system.
Okay,
That's the
okay.
on-site sewer.
Gotcha.
The
I
land-
couldn't
the land
read.
application.
Yeah, it's blurry, yeah.
Is that something that if we worked out utilities from the county, because I know the school needs it, if we could all work together, I would assume that would, it's gotta be some good uplands, because you can't put sewer systems on the bad land. That's what's bad about it. It's gotta go on the good quality land where it can perk and all.
That's exactly
I
right.
would think that would open it up, and that's something you could consider and how you could help support and contribute to maybe a public water and sewer system.
Yes, sir.
That, it would allow for additional development possibly.
Possibly, and we would be open to that.
Yeah.
What about, school bus stops? Covered.
Good
We've been asking for those, and
question.
developers have been doing those, so.
And we have no problem with that at all. It's not on here, you know, on this plan, but we could absolutely incorporate those easily in the plan. There's plenty of room on the plan to fit those. I don't think that's an issue at all.
Yeah, I'd like to see a commitment on that. That's one of the biggest problems school has now, because now they don't go house to house, they go a stop. And so many kids have to go to that stop. I see them standing out in the rain.
Yes.
And that's one of the things they've asked us to consider, is requiring and one this size may need 2 bus stops, I don't know.
2 or 3.
Right, right. And
2 or 3, yeah.
we've got enough space on here where we can, you know, in these open areas and pocket parks, we can do covered bus stops. That's not a
And
problem.
I don't have a problem with you using the mailbox for that area, for that, to kind of combine it,
For
save
one
money
item
for you
anyway.
guys, and it adds value to the people that live there, living there.
I don't have more questions at this point.
All right, I'm gonna move to see if there's anyone else who wants to speak to this tonight in opposition.
Ask one more question. Has
Yeah,
any
yes,
studies been done for traffic patterns, where people are gonna work, where they're gonna, how they're gonna travel?
Not to that level. We've assumed some numbers with how it'll, it would split, but nothing in detail yet. We do think that the Hyundai plant could potentially, impact that. So at this point, we've assumed some splits would probably need to be updated as we get, our design done.
That may be something we need to look at as a board in the future to be able to determine, where these patterns are gonna go, where the traffic's gonna flow, how that meshes with our plans that we have for infrastructure. It's gonna be harder and harder as we get more dense.
And my just logic, it would be that on that end of the county, if you're going to Chatham, you're not gonna come back into the county, you're gonna go.
I think so, that's
You're
what
gonna
I.
go Sand Hill to 80.
Right,
to-
that's why I hadn't said
to
anything about the
Benton
Parkway.
Boulevard Parkway, or all the way 95 or to 16. You're gonna go to Hyundai. And one of the things we need in the county that school has talked to us about is housing affordable for our teachers. And so some of those might be going into the interior, which is fine because they're not going out of the county at the same time. So in my mind, I see, once again, development on that side, for me, it makes a lot of sense for a lot of reasons when it comes to traffic. There may be some other issues, but when it comes to traffic, that's probably the better place because of the way it's gonna go to Savannah, to 16 to 95, and then those who need affordable housing that can get into the interior to go to our schools and our businesses. So anyway, that's my thoughts. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We probably had more than 15 minutes. We're going to see if there's anybody speaking in opposition to this tonight. And then we'll,
Darryl wanted to speak.
hmm?
I think he wanted to speak.
Right, in opposition?
Right, you want to speak
Speak in favor? Okay, yeah, you can speak.
Yeah, I'm Darryl Morgan. I own the property on the southeast, I guess, side with the lake and all this. And I'm good, I'm good with what they're doing. The gentleman that owned it passed away 10 years ago, just was his intention. He was retiring from the railroad and gonna move and do the same thing. We didn't have PDs or whatever we got going on here. We got some amenities and stuff. Y'all keeping the lots where it's not crazy, so, yeah. It wouldn't be fair, there was some talk about, we're not gonna do that on the Sand Hill Road. I've been there for 53 years. There was 12 houses there when I was a kid, knew everybody, and we fought development and fought development. 90% of it's developed. There's only about 3 tracts of land left to develop, and it would not be fair to yank the rug out from under the landowners that's been paying all these years and hasn't sold.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Sounds like y'all got it worked out. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to open it to those who want to speak in opposition to this rezoning request.
Good evening. I'm Kendall Harville. Just a few points. I'm not going to belabor any of them, but the school system, might not be currently overcrowded or stressed to any particular degree that action needs to be taken, but we're quickly approaching that. Like, my kids are in Sand Hill. It has had 2 wings added onto it within recent years, and it's filled to the brim. And data on a table might tell y'all it has 200 and something open spaces. It doesn't feel like that in the school. It feels like kids are stacked like cordwood, especially in the cafeterias and when you have any kind of family event that brings in parents, grandparents, and guardians. There's not enough room in the parking lot to hold people. It's an utter mess. Buses are crowded. There's kids 3 to a seat, which, yeah, first world problems. But my kids have not had the same bus driver for more than a full year of school. They keep getting switched bus drivers, and the bus goes with the driver. So they've been put on nice new air-conditioned buses, and then the next year they're turned around, they're on the crappiest sub bus that I probably went to school in, and they're coming home at 3 in the afternoon, sweat dripping down their little faces. And that's not y'all's concern, but it is something to take into consideration. Traffic. Saying this development being on this end of the county is great for traffic is just gonna bring the traffic issues that are on the Rincon and middle side of the county to this side of the county. We're not doing great in the traffic area. Sand Hill and 80 is a deadly intersection. I avoid that, and I have no other choice but to go that way for work after I drop my kids off. So I have to take Dogwood, which is not fair to the people that live on Dogwood. Everybody. My parents lived on Rose Road for 30-something years, like almost 40 years. They've just recently moved because it got so dangerous for them to get out on 80 that they didn't feel safe living there anymore. And road construction is coming to that area. There's a roundabout coming. That from 17 and 80 to the county line is gonna be widened at some point. I can't find any timelines on it, but going through that construction is gonna make that twice as hard. It's something, we're not ready for extra traffic before that gets done. 17 in Marlowe. That's also a dangerous intersection. Y'all can go out there tonight and count, I think, 4 or 5 crosses on the road of people who have died in the last 11 years from wrecks at that intersection. If the people that buy these houses, if they work at the Hyundai plant, they're going Sand Hill to 80 West to get to that plant. That's the fastest route. If they're going to Savannah, they're going Sand Hill to 80 East. Again, in the morning and in the afternoon, I've traveled that way, and traffic is stopped. Depends on the time of day. Going west towards the Blychton area, or in the morning sometimes, it's backed up going east towards Savannah. And you have to sit there for 15 minutes before you can pull out. I've had dump trucks, while I'm waiting for an opening, pull around me to get out into the road, almost causing wrecks. Like, you take your life in your hands. When's the last time any of y'all drove in that area? I'd suggest you go through there different times of day, different days of the week, and just drive it. Moving on to a more environmental aspect, I hope y'all have had time to read the public comments from the Ogeechee Riverkeeper and the DRI. I'm going to highlight a few parts of that I found of particular interest. This property has a lot of wetlands, as has been mentioned. It also has some areas that are in a flood zone. And it's the 100-year flood zone, and that does not actually mean the floods are every 100 years. That means that over 30 years, the actual flood risk is 26%, according to this email, which is more than a 1 in 4 chance for properties in the 100-year floodplain. My parents' property on the river that would not be developed today because it is in the swamp has taught me you watch the water, you listen to the water, and you do what the water tells you to do, because the water's gonna do what it wants to do. In my 37 years of living, I've experienced 2 100-year flood events, 2 of the top 5 historic crests on the Ogeechee River. So that tells you what your flood risk on this property will be. Another concern is the water supply and wastewater treatment utilities. Y'all were just talking about that. I don't know what the plans are for that. If the county can tie into it, cool. If they have to go private entity, that's concerning to me. Especially with this being as close as it is to the river. This is a major drainage area for Sand Hill Road. There are very obvious creeks right there on the edge of the property off the road. You can see when the water's high. I can almost judge the river height by the creek height. It's really, it's interesting to see where the water goes along here. And I'm afraid that the development of this property will affect that. And it could potentially, I know they engineer it not to, but water can go where it wants to go. So if you engineer something and it doesn't quite work right, they could cause flooding from just not draining down these creeks that they're supposed to. I don't know how all that works, but it is a concern I have, because when water is high, the ditches along Sand Hill are full. And these are deep ditches. These aren't shallow little, oh, let me drive my four-wheeler through them. No, these are, you can bury a car in them ditches. So when they get full, water backs up along properties on the opposite side of the road already. So that is another concern. My last concern was the size of the houses, and that was addressed already by the engineer. So my last comment is, I come up and I oppose a lot. And sometimes I feel like I'm talking to a wall. But I come up and I do this to try to preserve the spirit of this county, which I feel is rural and peaceful and leans a lot towards nature, because I don't want my kids to grow up and not feel like they have a home to come back to, because I have family members that they've left and they realize it's kind of better off elsewhere, and they have no desire to return. And I just want to preserve this area for our future citizens, whether they're kids now or whether they move in here, it doesn't matter. But this is a rural area, and Sand Hill Road is not this densely developed. Yes, it is developed. Yes, there are some subdivisions along there. And if this was a less dense project, it would not bother me as much. But the fact that they're looking at approximately 3 houses to the acre, I know they said that has changed, but I'm just going off what the original numbers are. That's a very dense project for this area. That's gonna bring a lot to this area that it's not used to. Sand Hill is a major thoroughfare for people coming from Guyton to get out of the county to Savannah. So there's already extra traffic that the residents have to contend with. I just really want everybody to think long and hard about this project before you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments and your passion.
Yes, my name is Joel Stewart, and I really have more of a question than anything else. In the very beginning of the commentary from planning, there was some mention of a regional commission that recommended this not occur. Did I understand that correctly?
So when you have a development of this size, there are different thresholds. They have to submit their development plans to the Coastal Regional Commission, and they make a recommendation based on their submissions. And they're looking at a regional plan, and then they're also looking at our local comprehensive plan as well.
But did I understand that look correctly, that they recommended denying that?
They're saying it's inconsistent with the
Inconsistent.
regional plan, not our local plan, but the regional plan.
Is there any elaboration on that? What criteria are they using to say that it's inconsistent?
So they have, the state of Georgia has, or the region that we are in has a comprehensive plan, and I can absolutely get that over to you. I don't have that on me right now.
Let me take a stab at it
Yeah,
to
go
try to help you understand it. Just like in our county, we've just redone our land use plan.
Land use map, right.
And we got constituent input and things that used to be maybe, we've protected some agricultural areas, particularly in the north. We're trying to move some of the housing away from the dense area that makes District 1 and 5 and 2, I believe, get more complicated with traffic. So we've rearranged and with input, we've got new areas that we say can be developed. We want to try to get water and sewer and direct development to that area. That's the local plan that we've tried to work to get a balance of making sure there's not any maybe industrial in this area, for example, but we do need more residential. There's areas where we've approved that there can be some commercial because we had, Rinkin's running out of commercial area. They got one little area left and they're done with their commercial area. So we're looking at, so we have a plan that we've done locally that may not be consistent with the regional plan when they look at the 12 coastal regions. They're looking at 12 counties and look at that. So they got this big swath of cloth and they may not have updated it. So with their current plan, their plan, I don't even know, Tim, if it's been redone since Hyundai. That changes a lot of things. So, but they've got their regional plan where agricultural, industrial, and so forth, and it may not be consistent with their regional plan is what they're
So in
saying.
this particular instance, we're in conflict with that regional plan.
Well, they're saying
Our-
it doesn't comply
our-
with the regional plan, but we have no say in the regional plan, or very little say.
I understand, but I mean, it's in compliance with our land use plan, but not in compliance with
That would be
this.
my understanding. What we've done recently, we've tried to rework, look at how we can move traffic patterns and do a better job of not getting so dense in this one area where nobody can get out of town. And we still gotta have housing, we still gotta have, businesses. My kids have left because the jobs they needed weren't here. In the future, we hope our kids don't have to leave because they've got industry like Hyundai across the river. That's a good thing. But we've got Say One now coming in, which is a high-quality plant. We already have a couple of really great industries, one being Georgia Pacific, and then our power company. So having a balance is what this board is looking at, and we have to look at our land use plan to match the infrastructure and the housing and the commercial and the industrial as well that we need to make for healthy growth.
But there's no specifics as to why it doesn't comply?
No, they're within the DRI. They just said that it was inconsistent with it.
So Joel, they did not give us a bullet pointed list of it's out of compliance with A, B, and C. They don't do that. We can ask, which is a good suggestion, but they didn't give us a bulleted response as to why it didn't meet their regional plan.
But if they have any specifics, because I get those requests to me that I pass off to staff of these requests when there's going to be a development near our county, our staff looks at that. If they have something specific concern, they should note it. So if they have a specific, like this is too close to the river, they should note that. If they're concerned about a water intake, like on the Savannah side, they should note that. And a lot of times these reports will do that. This one apparently.
That's not information we're considering at the time of this vote, right?
Not the language they've given us. They haven't given us anything specific saying this would be a danger, in my opinion. They just say it's not consistent with their regional plan. Well,
Is that perhaps something that we should ask about them before we consider this? I'm just putting it out there as if.
I'm not worried about that plan. I'm worried about Effingham's plan.
yeah, we've spent, thousands of hours with constituent input, with engineers, professionals looking at even from the drainage and the water flow and traffic. We spent
Really question, I was just
Yeah,
concerned that
we probably
we were
have-
not in compliance with something or in variance with it And
It's in
maybe we
variance, but
weren't
not
thinking
necessarily-
about
yeah.
all
And,
of
and I
that.
think a point needs to be brought up that one of the reasons is we are in the 5-year plan, a 5-year period right now where these plans get updated. And so while our plan has been updated, our future land use map has been updated, theirs, I do not know if it has been submitted yet. So they may be operating off of a plan that has not been updated while ours has. We are not necessarily involved in their process, but we are in ours. We had the public meetings and so on and so forth. So there could be, it could just be simply operating off of old information. And I'm just looking at their recommendation, and the point is correct, that they don't really go into much detail, is to say that that it is in a rural area of significant natural resources. That's all they say. And don't really give much detail beyond that as to.
No indication as this might be related to the river or watershed or
Well,
anything like
they
that.
talk about wetlands, but then they don't, they mention that it contains wetlands and floodplains, but nothing that saying that the developer is inconsistent. So it really doesn't go into enough details. If you look at the comments in it, you know, some folks offer some comments. Some of them are not necessarily, make statements that aren't necessarily accurate because they are operating off of a previous plan that Effingham County had. From theirs, they just give a paragraph and say, you know, it's our opinion and recommendation that it is generally consistent with the Effingham County development development plan, but inconsistent with the adopted regional comprehensive plan. That's pretty much, you know, other than saying that the located in rural area with significant natural resources doesn't give much detail on it.
Which you could say about all of Effingham County, any development's gonna be involving significant natural
But we are
resources.
part of a larger region. So it was just a question. I was curious as to if there were any more details
Yeah.
related to why it wasn't consistent with a regional plan, yet we were moving along with it. Just a question.
Well, I think the short answer would be that their regional plan, and I serve on the Coastal Regional Commission, I don't know that we've updated our plan. They're in process of it. They assist counties in the coastal region. But we've been proactive with our plan for the last 7 years, knowing the growth was coming, knowing the traffic issues. And so,
And I just don't feel like it's apples to apples. I mean, like Tim's saying and the chairman's saying, I mean, we've had countless hours and workshops and meetings going through this process. We talked about the steering committee earlier. We know where we're going, and I don't know when they update their regional plan. So I think all we can focus on is what we're trying to do and where we're trying to move to.
and what we're doing is not going to negatively impact the region, to your question. That'd be a bigger concern perhaps for the board if we were going to negatively.
I was
impact-
actually more wondering if they were considering things that impacted the region that we weren't considering. But what came to my mind
Well, I think the
was
only
the
thing they're
river.
saying, and we probably need to move on, the only thing they're saying is the natural resources is the only thing they brought out. We've got tons of natural resources. Matter of fact, this board is already looking at, and I don't want to say too much here because but we're looking at land that we can purchase, protect along rivers and different places already. That's on our trees and so forth. So we're doing things, protect those natural resources as part of a bigger land use plan than just where development's going. So I need to probably leave that right there. So we recognize the natural resources. We're doing some things in the northern region in District 3 and 4 to protect natural resources and the type of development and growth that can be up there. So all that's part of our land use, part of our plan, what we're doing. So it's much bigger than perhaps what the region understands and looks at. I would say we're far ahead of the coastal region in planning for the land use of our own county.
That was my question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. We'll take one more.
I'll try to keep it quick. My biggest concern, I know we're gonna have development. Landowners should be able to develop property. But Sand Hill and 80, even the developers, they were mentioning how this is such a great project because of what may happen in the future at Sand Hill and 80, or what may happen. Those plans are in place. We know they probably will come, but I would like for us to really look at waiting till those projects are nearer before we put 3 to 5 houses on an acre of land. If you go down to Sand Hill and 80 in the morning, you're gonna be stuck, period. It's already an issue. And I just wish that we would maybe look at this a little further down the road when those areas are where people can actually travel. That's gonna impact a lot of people that are already impacted to that intersection. I know it's probably gonna come, I just think the timing's a little off. And one other concern I have, and Brett helped me with this a little bit at the break, the tax value on the property, there's a lot of elderly people around there. The original development, according to Brett, won't cause that, but as these houses sell, they're gonna sell for larger amounts than anything in that area has ever sold for. These elderly folks that live there, their property values are gonna start skyrocketing because of this. And I know that's not really y'all's concern, but I'd like the county to try to look at trying to save these people. I went to a tax appeal 2 weeks ago. I had a tract of property, went up in value $222,000 in 1 year based on 3 sales in my area. And that's what's coming with that. When, maybe not in the original development, but when these houses start trading hands, all those people around there, their tax value is gonna skyrocket. And that's just what, my home now is in they call it a blue section near Sand Hill and 80, or Blue Jay. That's totally different from all this because there's been a few sales in that area that were outrageous. And I know that's really not y'all, but I would like for there to be something to help save these people from that tax value killing them and run them out of their homes. That's my 2 concerns, traffic and how that's gonna affect the tax base and tax value, especially if some elderly people that live right across from there in the future. Thank you.
Well, I might help you with a couple of those things. One is if it's a home, it will probably not impact their value for this reason. We have the Homestead Acts that Carter Burns in this area, but recently on the state, I think it passed statewide, didn't it?
No,
There's an opt-out for different jurisdictions.
Yep,
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
so
county
we
can-
already have it, right?
We already
But-
have it.
but-
Counties
but
can
it-
opt out
But
if
there
it
was a
passes
referendum
statewide.
this year, yeah.
But we already have the Carter Burns, so if you have a house on 5 or 10 acres that's homesteaded, then it can only go up 3% a year, or the COLA, or the fair market value, whichever's less.
Well, and it may help a lot with homes, but I do know what I just went through with taxes. I mean, that was just one tract.
Now, property values, I'm not saying that, so if I had 200 acres out here and I had my home, then this is gonna be protected from, and say I built that home for 200,000, now because these homes are selling for 400, they're gonna value my house for 500,000. You know, then they can't do that. It's gonna be limited as long as that house is not sold. So there's 2 advantages. One, they don't pay taxes on it now, but when they do need to go sell it, like I'm getting that age now, getting older, and I may need that for my retirement home, you know, it'll have a higher value. So that, in that sense, they will not be hurt in the short term. Now, the other property value will possibly go up, but if it stays in a AR1, for example, that would impact greatly what the assessor can appraise it for. Am I correct, Tim? You can appraise it as industrial or
It is,
commercial.
it goes both ways, though, where, sometimes, properties that may be zoned a certain way do go up in value because other properties that are zoned in another way are being rezoned around it. But that, they also take in consideration the current zoning of it.
That's what I'm saying.
And it does deflate its value a little bit.
It could go up, but it should deflate it some.
Yeah.
But the other side of that is those 200 acres become very valuable for when that, they would be happy that they're gonna get maybe $1 million versus 200,000 when they reach those retirement years or the kids inherit. So there's a positive sides to that.
There
land
are
value as well.
some positive, yes, but
Yeah.
like I said, the property I've got, I don't wanna sell, and that's just my personal issue. And my tax base did go up dramatically this year based on sales in the area, which the one tract, they said they hadn't even had a sale in the area near that. They had to go up on the north end and bring it back because of my area change, because of sales in the area. But I am concerned about the value of people's property around it. I think it's going to eventually, and it's going to be everywhere, not just this tract, but I think it's going to impact a lot of the people there. But traffic is my main thing. Is you go out toward Highway 80, it's already a problem. Like I said, I'm not against development. I think we're going to have it. We're growing. But I just wish we could maybe get less houses per acre or something, the developer said that's the ideal spot because we're getting a roundabout, not because there is a roundabout. It seemed like we're getting a little ahead of ourselves by putting that many houses on a road that's already burdened with a hope that the state don't put it off 2 or 3 years
Yeah.
for people in that area to have to just sit in the mornings. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Good comments. Thank you. All right.
Could I comment on that?
You can, but I think I'm gonna close the public hearing unless it's just somebody that's gotta say something. We've heard probably from both sides equally, and 15 minutes is normally what we do. We've done about
Yeah, we did a
45.
lot.
So I'm gonna close this public hearing and let the board have their discussions, and we'll make a decision.
I would have to agree with that on the traffic. I think that's the biggest issue for me as well. And this is what we did on Midland Road when we had something this large, is tie the development COs to that improvement on the roundabout. I think it's gonna be absolutely necessary. I've traveled that road. She asked me, did we travel? I'll travel that road. If there's 15 cars in that line, I did a U-turn so I could get going down the side street because the traffic can't make a left-hand turn there. It's coming so fast on 80, you just can't get out. So even if there's only a few cars there, you sit there forever and it keeps stacking up. There needs to be a way to make that left-hand turn. So, you know, that would be, I've got some other ones I absolutely would like to be in there, but that would be, for me, treat it just like we did the one on Midland. It was 400 homes. Tie it to the improvements before COs are issued. That way these people have a way to travel. And that's absolutely a
Do we have a
harsh deal.
timeline on that roundabout, Tim, by chance?
Which one?
The one at 80 in Sand Hill.
Just that it's under, I believe, concept design. You may know more about it, but they have not given a bid date yet on it.
So I've got the interagency memo here on it, US 80 and Sand Hill Road. This limited scope report was done by GDOT it was April of this year. In this limited scope document, they've got a projected opening year of 2027. Yeah, that's the opening year is 2027, based on this document, and this is done earlier this year, so.
And that's when you said that would be at least 27 before y'all build houses anyway.
That's right. Yes, sir.
Would you be willing to tie that to COs, the completion of that?
We would, I mean, would you consider capping it? I mean, to the gentleman's point, I don't want to be in the case where we build all this infrastructure and then GDOT, for some reason, stalls the project for 10 years,
And I
right? And then
understand
you've
that.
got a lot of capital in the ground and money spent.
Yeah, but you also burden the taxpayers if you just let them go, you know.
Right.
So I don't want to put a developer's problem on the taxpayers. You know, that's
I
how
don't want to
handle that
hold
one.
private owners of property hostage to.
So you'd rather hold
Just-
everybody else
Yeah,
hostage?
you know,
No, I don't feel like we are.
yeah, my compromise would be something like this, since I hear you saying you're willing to tie it to the CEOs with a cap, you know, and I'm gonna throw a date out there, like January 28 would be the latest, because 27 is 25, 26, 3 years, and that's when you build the first houses. So you may be talking about 50 houses that could be a
first
CO by 28 if it's not ready. You might have another 100 by 28, another 100 by 29, 30. And I know from our correspondence with the state and DOT, the money that they're putting to this area, the roads they're planning, the MPO study of Highway 80 and widening, much of that is going to be, if not all that's going to be done in the next 5 to 6, 7
Or
years.
somehow bring it in increments, 27, 50 homes, 28, 100,
Just something to get
something
some
like
relief.
that. I would be agreeable to that.
Yeah, I think that's.
Something
that's
that
doable.
maybe, you know, if it's not built by the end of 28, then we cap it at 100 or something, you know. But that allows you to cover your
Recoup some
infrastructure.
of your-
But once again, I
your
am
investment in
confident
that.
based on what I'm
I could
seeing
live with
from
that.
DOT and the
Right.
state and what they know they need to do for this region. And the governor's been very faithful with his funding and support of projects. The 6 laning of 21, the 4 laning of 80.
And I'm not trying to be hard, I just envision 1,000 cars and you
get
can't make a left, man, it's
Yeah,
it's
but,
gonna be a real
but you're talking about
problem.
1,000 cars in the next 10 years.
True, true. I get that.
But,
I guess I get dramatic
there's no
when
way
I
you can
start
build
thinking about
500.
that, because
No, but you're
I've
right.
seen, you know,
Yeah.
by driving that,
At
it's
the end of
very
the day,
frustrating.
it is.
Yeah.
As long as we have something to help with that and commit to, and, you know, like Forrest said, if you get something to, where we're not holding the investor hostage and get some of the money back.
It's not like they're agreeable
do it in
to a
stages.
CO, they would not want to go beyond January 1st
Right.
with the CO. If it's not,
Something.
if you got houses built in late 27, they're ready to sell by January, you want to be able to put those on the market.
Brett Bennett, Greenland Developers, appreciate your comment and comments on this matter. If, you know, many of these projects lately have been tied to the completion of Effingham Parkway. We at least have some idea of when that is going to be completed. That date may move a little bit, but we have a pretty good idea. Tying to the completion of a project that we don't know is a little tough to do when we don't know that date. I do think we could probably get comfortable with something like Commissioner Floyd said, of some portion of this project prior to that January 1st date of 2028. Let's say if we did, you know, agreed to no more than 50% of this project prior to January of 2028, or the completion of the roundabout, that's probably something that we could live with. But to tie it all to specifically to the completion of the project's pretty tough, because that could go out.
You really think reasonably you could build 250 units after the stuff in the first year?
Probably not. That's why I think we'd be willing to, but to say, I'm willing to say not knowing what that date is,
Yeah.
50% of it, because that's like a two-phase project.
Yeah.
That size project's usually broken up into about two phases. And that's why I'm saying 50%. It may not be exactly 50, depending on how the design and all lays out. And in my mind, it's kind of phase one, we would be allowed to move forward with, but would be willing to kind of hold off to that January 1st date.
So you're suggesting that you'd offer a condition limiting to 50% of the development until these roundabout and widening is complete?
Yes,
Or
we-
January 1st, 2028, as you said.
You won't have them before January 1st. You're not giving up anything there.
Of 28?
We'll be
2025,
done, we'll
you
be
gotta do
moving dirt in
infrastructure.
probably 18 months.
2025, you're engineering, 26, you're building your infrastructure.
18 months, you're moving dirt, probably, from approval of design and permitting, as he mentioned. So that's
Moving dirt for what?
to start construction of the project.
Construction.
Of what? The houses?
No, of the moving dirt, of
That's what
developing
I'm
the
talking about.
subdivision.
We're talking about COs now. We're not talking about moving dirt. So if you got 18 months just to start moving dirt after engineering and so forth, you got to build all the roads and the lots. Then you start building houses. You're probably in the late 27 for the first houses even available for a CO.
But you can't start a house until you know you're gonna have the ability to get a CO. Because you can't risk starting a house and then, oh, I can't get a CO.
Yeah, I'm not saying, I'm saying there's no way this project's gonna have 100 houses built in 27.
I don't know that that's accurate.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's-
They move-
if
they
wanna
can move
stuff,
pretty quickly.
They move stuff. But that's my biggest concern. I don't know if y'all would consider a table, maybe work something out, how that works in some of these other areas with the school thing, maybe a siding spec of some sorts.
Well,
we're
the school
looking
thing,
at.
we had a conversation with Yancey.
Oh, I've already done with the school.
I'm talking about the coverings.
Oh, yeah, that's.
No,
Small
that's
stuff.
something we
I know,
clearly,
That can be added to the
that's
text.
something we've agreed clearly commit to.
Yeah.
Actually, in meeting with Dr. Ford, he suggested, and he said he wished others would do it, which we will commit to do during the site plan phase.
I appreciate
Sit
that.
down with them. You mentioned one bus stop, 2 or 3. He said, you know, he brought up the same thing. It's probably 2 or 3, but we'll be glad to sit with you and pick out where these locations need to be for the purposes of
And they'd be
logistics.
the experts on it. I just want,
Correct.
I just know
That
there's-
would
there's
be
a big
addressed
need.
in the site plan also,
Correct.
instead of
Sure.
tonight. Now,
But I want, you know, that somebody else may develop, and then if you're not
Right.
that in there, then when you're going back and forth with your site plan, well, we didn't agree to that, and
I'm not against tabling, but coming up, you present us with something
Formula
that y'all can
of
live
something.
with
that we could really
for
relieve some of the
27
traffic.
and then 28. Like the first phase and then an end time or a start date.
Could we get any more intel on this roundabout, as far as dates? Or,
I mean,
Well,
I would
I'm
expect
gonna-
y'all to,
I'm gonna
GDOT
say
to know
my
more
two
about
That's
it.
what I'm saying, us,
I don't wanna
I'm
come
gonna
up
say
with
my
the
2 cents, then we're gonna
right.
take
the
five minutes.
timeline
I'm not
personally.
for a table tonight for this reason.
I'm good to go,
I'll
because
tell you-
I
I'll
know
tell
it's
you
gonna
what-
take 2.5 years before there's a CO issue.
Yeah, I haven't seen any development that we've approved be able to do what you say you might do in 2.5 years, but anyway, even if you can. We have talked about with our land use plan that we have to move some of this development to that side of the county.
I agree.
This
I
does
like
that.
that part of it.
The parkway is gonna be open, for sure before this is done. And I don't think it'd be a lot of use on it, because I think they're gonna be going out that way. And I know there's a lot of traffic plans to improve. What I'm trying to say is, there's several things. There's water and sewer that we gotta work on. You can't work on it unless you got development. We can't run millions of dollars of water and sewer to help support our school system that's asking for it
Right.
without some development helping to partner with. So that's gotta be worked on. We're working with the state on transportation. These types of things even help get the state to take a closer look at what you're doing. You gotta put all it, you can't really do one thing and then say, oh, now we're gonna do the water and sewer, now we're gonna approve the project. You've gotta
Well, it's
look
just
at
like
the
the
plan.
pressure at Hodgeville.
Yeah.
You know, there's a roundabout plan, but because there was such a problem, they came in and put in a stoplight. I agree. I respect your comments. I understand 100% what you're saying. I've
Yeah.
told my story where I grew up. It was a farm. Highway 30 was our driveway. There's townhomes and everything blowing up all around it. The only property that's not developed is what we control, what we own. And that is the only way you control this kind of stuff.
Well, and there's some things in this that I like, we've talked about in our new plan that we're getting our constituents to look at with us, this wider buffers with undisturbed.
Right, I like
We
that.
looked at Richmond Hill, we drove that, we saw where they had these 60-foot tall tree buffers where you can't even see the subdivision back there. And that's what they're presenting. We've asked them to look at that.
Right.
And they're offering that. So you'll go down, keeps the urban feel when you're going down Sand Hill. We know we've got investment coming in that area for transportation. There's a lot of good things about this project that you're not gonna get from a lot of projects. And we,
Well, and
and
here's
the
a
school-
thought.
The school system tells me they need the housing. I've sat down with a 2-hour meeting just recently, and the manager was with me, and another board member was with me, to talk with the school. They have the capacity. He said, and I hear what you're saying, but our school sizes are less than anywhere in the state by design. That's why we have such quality education. So they may allow 25 to 30 students, we may have 20. And we want to keep it there. That's why they add the buildings before they add the kids to the classes. So it may feel overpowered, but our superintendent has assured us that they have the capacity. They're prepared for the students, well prepared, and we're going to be fine on the education side. I do want to ask a couple questions. Aren't we changing in this new zoning building to what floodplain are they building to? I know at one time it's like a 50. Is it going to 100-year?
So if it's in a AE zone, it is the 100-year.
Is this an AE zone?
If in the A zone, they can do one of two things. They can do a letter map amendment. Or, yeah, or they can build to, 3 foot above freeboard. They can do any of those.
But so the stormwater standards,
Oh, I thought you said flood.
yeah, I mean, they're flood and stormwater standards. And so the stormwater standards, they're gonna have to apply, whatever the stormwater manual is at the time they apply for the permit. So it's not part of the zoning. So those recommendations that the county engineer put in tonight, if those are approved, they will apply to this project, regardless of when it gets approved. So it'll be, I think we were, currently our detention is 100 years, and then this would push up the roads to, what was it again, Steve? Was it 50?
Yes, 50.
50.
And the
So-
roads would be 1 foot of
So,
freeboard.
and then,
I know we
and then
beefed those
flood is,
areas
oh,
up.
there's Jonathan, I didn't know if he was.
I know we've beefed those areas up or are proposing to in our new zoning, and I want to make sure, because I heard the constituents concerned about the flood and the water, and I think we're beefing that up to help that off, that item.
For neighborhoods, Mr. Chairman, it's 25-year, is what
Currently?
currently it's 10 years, and
Oh,
I'm
okay.
recommending 25-year, for neighborhood roads. It was collector roads that went to 50.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier tonight, didn't we?
Yes, sir, we did.
I thought we were beefing that up, which is, to me, is important. So there's a lot of things I see that have to work together here, and that's why I would not be in favor of a table, but I'll entertain that. I think they've got to move forward, we've got to move forward with the water and sewer solutions, the traffic solutions, and that side to, and the housing solutions that we have to have. There's so many things that we need to bring together, and it's just not this first, that first. You gotta work together.
It's always a chess game.
I'm
Like you said, you
prepared.
can't do one thing at a time.
Well,
Right.
if the board were to vote and approve this tonight, it doesn't sound either way it's gonna have two readings tonight. You have the second reading tonight. So it may be, you could figure out this date, this time frame with GDOT and final, and firm that up for the second reading.
I'm happy with
Just
all the
thought.
buffers, the green
Make everybody
space,
happy.
the amenities, with that those details coming, with the minimum square foot of 1,500 of those, on those cottage lots. And, I'm
Those
prepared to
additional
move
conditions
forward with the.
require us to do the second reading at the next meeting, which won't be to the, first meeting in January.
Yep.
So that will give you some time to answer some of those questions if you wanted to, try to find some more details out to satisfy any commissioner that has concerns about the circle not
Traffic.
being developed in time.
That's my main concern, but I've seen it. We've
It doesn't
approved
matter
stuff.
where somebody builds in this county, they're gonna deal with traffic as long as the people are leaving this county going to Chatham County.
I understand that.
Anywhere.
But it's our job
At
to
Clio, if
plan.
they gotta drive through Rankin, there's gonna be traffic, and it doesn't magically clear up when you hit Chatham County.
But that doesn't relieve us of the responsibility to try to look out for constituents and make plans
We,
accordingly to
and
meet that.
I agree.
And that's what we're doing.
That's-
That's what we're doing. That's what
I
I'm,
don't wanna get ahead of ourselves and hope something happens and it doesn't, and then you got 1,000 cars hitting that intersection.
all right, I'm gonna call for and if
That's
it
what I
dies
want.
for lack of motion, it dies. I'm gonna call first for a motion to approve this rezoning request.
I make a motion we approve it with the, planning board and staff recommendations to include the minimum 1,500 square foot housing. And then I'd also like to have further discussion on the utilities as we move forward with this project.
We have that option.
Okay,
We have to turn it down for them to have a private utility.
all right. I'm just making a point. I want us to have those discussions.
But the only, the extra condition you're adding tonight is the 1,500 square foot.
Minimum 1,500 square foot home.
I'll second.
Will you throw bus stops in there?
They're coming. They promised it with bus stops.
I know. I'm just-
Covered bus stops for the kids.
Cover bus stops, okay? That's two conditions added too.
Yep.
All the conditions are already put there by staff and planning board, okay? All right. So we have a motion with two additional conditions. I have a motion by Mr. Floyd, second by Mr. Kiefer.
Me. I second.
I'm sorry. You second it? Oh, I thought Mr. Kiefer do that. Okay. I guess when you said bus stops, and that got me thinking it was you that made the second. All right. Motion by Mr. Floyd, second by Mr. Burdette. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no.
Deloach? It was
Hearing-
Deloach.
Huh?
It was second by Mr. Deloach.
We got you.
I said Burdette again. Motion by Mr. Floyd, second by Mr. Deloach.
Deloach.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. All right, it is approved. We cannot do the second reading, and that'll give
It'll give us time to
opportunity
look at the
to
traffic.
answer some of those questions about the roundabouts, get some tables. There may be a commissioner or two that changes their vote if they don't get answers on that.
That, we need to work that out to get it, from,
Yep,
you
so
know,
you got till the,
figure it out.
Yeah.
So that is a concern.
and if there's any other concerns here tonight that you want to get with staff on, follow up with them, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So we can't do the second reading to January meeting. And with that, that concludes our public hearings tonight. And we will go back into our new business. We have a few items left to do there. Can we push on, gentlemen? All right. I think we left off with item number 7 was the next item, is that right?
Item number 7.
Consider,
No, 6, no, 7.
It's 7.
7.
okay.
Final answer.
Item number 7.
Number
Item number 7, consideration to approve the first reading to amend Appendix B subdivision ordinance fire code of the Effingham County Code of Ordinances and Effingham County Access Management Plan.
Mr. Chairman. So we have 3 spots or 3 ordinances that talk about the secondary access or the lack thereof of secondary access in our ordinances. Subdivision, fire code, and then our own policy of access management plan. What you have before you is gonna make the same, policy and ordinance across all three of the documents. And so this way, you can see what the requirements are for that second access. We've talked about it several times. We're just making sure we're putting it in writing in all three spots when somebody sees it. I've given this to, Clint and Jonathan and have not received any feedback.
I did get a response from Clint,
Oh,
and
sorry.
he's in agreement with the recommendation.
They are in agreement with the recommendation? Okay, very good. All right, any questions, discussion from the board?
Make a motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Deloach to approve as presented. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no.
Thank
Hearing
you.
no no's, it passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Item number 8, consideration to approve Amendment 1 to the professional service agreement with Kimley Horn and Associates Incorporated to include Task 4, which incorporates logistics, parkway, roundabout, revisions into the existing design project of the Old Augusta Road.
Yes, sir. Good evening. Danielle Carver, Procurement and Capital Projects Manager. This amendment addresses the incorporation of a fourth leg into a planned logistics parkway roundabout to provide access for commercial development in the area. The revisions will ensure the roundabout design meets GDOT standards while supporting the county's economic growth and infrastructure. Staff recommends alternative 1.
Make a motion to approve alternative 1.
Second.
Just reading over the stuff there before I called for it. All right, so I've got a motion by Mr. Deloach. I'm sorry, Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Deloach. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no no's, it passes unanimously. I guess like getting motions from you.
It's been a long, short night.
Item number 9, consideration to approve a quote from ACCG Irma to participate in their Georgia First Responder PTSD program.
Sure. I know we've been here a long time. I'll keep it short and sweet. So Governor Kemp signed this on May 1st of 2024. It is mandatory that we have to participate. It goes into effect on January 1st. At this point, we really can't get quotes from anybody else, so I think it's in our best interest to go with ACCG. They're probably going to be the best option anyways. I'm sorry, I can't really hear. I don't know how I'm sounding. Something's going on. But I'm here if you have any questions.
This is required.
It is required,
It's the only-
yes.
It's the only quote we've received. Okay, I guess that narrows it down.
Probably the LA agency that can do something like this. One of the few.
I don't know. All right, any other discussion or motion for alternative 1?
Yeah.
Make a
So
motion.
Motion, Mr. Deloach,
Second.
second, Mr. Burdette. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no's, it passes unanimously. See, if you make the motion, I get it right every time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 10, consideration to approve the consulting service agreement for the library service offerings, site options, and need assessment.
Yes, sir. Danielle Carver, Procurement and Capital Projects Manager. Effingham County staff recommends approval of the consulting services agreement to evaluate the county library system. This initiative will focus on analyzing service offerings, assessing site options for potential expansion, and conducting a needs assessment to address gaps in resources and infrastructure. So staff recommends alternative 1.
Sounds good. I'm glad we're doing this. I think looking at $11 million project, assessing our library, making sure that's the right size, not enough size, more, whatever, is a good thing. Goes along with all our master planning that we're doing. Any discussion or a motion for alternative 1?
Make a motion to approve alternative 1.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second Mr. Burdette for alternative 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing the no's, it passes unanimously. Item number 11, consideration to approve the revised lighting service agreement with Georgia Power for the installation of lighting at Old Augusta Road, Northgate Roundabout.
Yes, sir. The updated plan reduces the number of lighting fixtures from 23 to 19 by eliminating unnecessary poles and optimizing the placement of remaining fixtures. So staff recommends alternative 1.
Any discussion?
Make a motion to approve alternative 1.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Burdette to approve alternative 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Item number 12, consideration to approve task order number 1 under master service contract number 24-001 with Thomas and Hutton Engineering Company for professional consulting services, including stormwater culvert sizing and FEMA grant assistance.
Task order 1 with Thomas and Hutton includes stormwater culvert sizing at 8 locations and FEMA grant assistance to maximize reimbursement opportunities for Tropical Storm Debbie repairs. The task order also supports future applications for grants and ensuring compliance. Staff recommends alternative 1.
Any motion, any discussion or question or motion for alternative 1?
Make a motion to approve alternative 1.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Burdette, for alternative 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Item number 13, consideration to approve the revised indefinite delivery contract. That's the IDC for professional engineering and architectural services with Thomas and Hutton.
Yes, sir. This is one of the IDC contracts that Thomas and Hutton wanted revisions on some of the verbiage. This revised contract has been approved to form by the county attorney. Staff recommends alternative 1.
Okay, is there a motion for alternative 1?
Make a motion to approve alternative 1.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Burdette, second, Mr. Deloach, for alternative 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 14, consideration to approve, to ratify, and affirm an agreement for Optimum Stop Loss.
Yes, that's correct. Sarah Mousoff, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management. Our current carrier that we are using right now for 2024 is Voya. Their renewal came in at a 30.6% increase.
Wow.
So, correct, it was pretty high. To date, year to date, we're running at a 95.5% net position to our budgeted claims. So USI, who's our broker, their analysis projected us to be about a 15.6 increase. So they did market it. We ended up selecting Optum because they came in with an 18.2% increase. This year, we've had a rough year. We have about 7 people that have gone over the stop loss. So, I mean, it happens every so often. You have those rough years.
I can relate to that.
It's
Yeah.
probably somebody who
Yes,
drives
sir.
a race car.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything, because every time I do, I wind up in the hospital, so it's
Right.
not, not even gonna comment.
So we do suggest alternative 1, ratify this agreement.
I'll make a motion for alternative 1. If you
Second.
want a motion.
Motion, I do. Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Burdette, for alternative 1. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Has there been and maybe I just forgot, has there been a presentation to this board regarding our costs compared to what we were prior to going self-insured with the stop loss?
Tim and I went through an analysis with our broker, but we haven't, given
And we
a
can actually
full-blown-
get them here, because those numbers are really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
you know,
it'd be
because
good
we've been in
for-
single digits for the last 3 years.
3 years since we switched,
I think,
yes.
and so even with this is just a stop loss
Yeah,
part.
the whole plan is not up 18%.
Yeah,
It's
so
just
it's
the
not
stop
18%,
loss.
it's like
Yeah.
Yes.
12 or something like that, which is actually still a pretty good year if we weren't self-funded. So we can get you those numbers because we
I
have
think
them.
it'd be good for the board to see that maybe at the January retreat. Just a
Retreat,
quick
yeah.
update of,
Okay.
this is
February.
where we probably would have been if we'd stayed completely insured. This is where we are.
Yeah.
Because there's probably some pretty solid numbers there about what cost
There
has gone
are.
across the board.
Yeah.
Item number 15, consideration to approve the the changes in the ACCG retirement plan.
Yes, sir, Chairman. Staff is recommending that we approve option 1, which is to add a plan change to allow for a senior management option for the county manager's contract from the board.
Very good. Make it so we can have the contract we want to approve in just a minute. Sounds good. Any discussion or motion to approve alternative 1?
So moved.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Floyd. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Item 16, thank you, is consideration to acknowledge an annexation petition as submitted by the city of Guyton for property consisting of approximately 4.33 acres located at 2726 Highway 119, South Guyton. This is map 294, parcel 1 in the 41st, parcel 41 in the 3rd district.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I will say that this parcel directly adjoins the one that you approved last meeting, and it is contiguous to other properties within the city.
Okay.
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Burdette to approve alternative 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. The 2 items we added to the agenda yesterday is number 17, consideration to approve an amendment and restated employment agreement between the Board of Commissioners of Effingham County, Georgia, and Tim J. Callahan as county manager. Before we take a motion, I just want to shout out to our county manager. We hit a home run when we were able to hire him several years ago. His grasp of this community, his time he spent just traveling the roads and meeting and building relationships has been phenomenal. And it's a pleasure to be able to contract with you for another year. Unfortunately, I won't be able to work with you. I'm going to miss our times of planning and strategizing and mapping and charting, but this county's in good hands with this board and that county manager. We appreciate you, Tim. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the contract as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Deloach. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. You're hired for another year.
I thought he left. I looked over there, he was gone.
Item number 18, and our final item of business, consideration to authorize the county manager to approve the best qualified bid and award the contract for the wastewater treatment plant construction. Before we take a motion on this, did we want to add that the chairman could sign this contract? I thought we talked about that as well. Mr. Lee, do we need to do that, or is the county manager going to sign? We want to, as much as possibly, official contracts. We have no trouble with ARPA.
Yeah, you can go ahead and do that, or your designee.
Sorry.
So you can add that language and also just say, or your designee, if you
Okay.
are unable to
All
sign
right. So it'd be select the best qualified bid awarded by the wastewater treatment plant. That manager can do that, and you're authorizing the chairman or his designee to sign the contract.
Should be the vice chair.
Huh?
Which should be the vice chair, right?
Well, if he's available.
If he's
If not,
available.
I'll designate
Otherwise,
somebody, yeah.
yeah, gotcha.
But I should be available. I'm gonna be around, so.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Burdette. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no.
If y'all will just update us once y'all
Yep.
do that.
And it's
By
about
email.
They're gonna come
20th
back
we
January
should-
update, but we wanna make sure we have a contract in place, so there's no
Sure.
problem, because ARPA wants this contract prior to January 1.
Yep.
I'll be in town Christmas in case it comes up later. So.
Christmas morning about 9 o'clock, bring the contract to his house.
I'm not going anywhere for Christmas, so I'll be here.
It'll probably be Christmas week, but we
Two
should
and a half
know by
pay.
Friday the 20th.
I'll be here up to Christmas, so you probably won't have to be called upon. All right. That concludes all of our business except for staff reports, I believe. Is there any other business that I've missed from anyone to be clear? All right, we'll see if there's any reports first from our staff, then we'll come to our commissioners.
I just wanted to give you a quick update on some projects that, if we had a special meeting, we probably would have added them to it, but they're going to be on the agenda, first meeting in January. The resurfacing of a majority of Blue Jay, the roundabout at Blue Jay and Hodgeville. There's another one. Anyway, we've got there's kind of three major projects that we're getting done there, and so those will be. We're just waiting for the bids to come in. So I'll be able to tell you about them, at least the lowest bids, before the end of the year, but we'll get them under contract in the first meeting in January. And we've been waiting a very long time for those projects.
Yes.
I know the board appreciated.
Oh, the traffic signal at 21 and McCall. That was the other one.
Yeah.
That's big too.
That's huge. And I know the board will appreciate it. When the bids do come in, you have the lowest qualified bidder, Shoot it out to us. We'll be anxious to see how that meets up with the funds.
You got it.
Okay. Anything for staff over here?
No, we appreciate it.
Appreciate you, man.
And we have our Christmas party on December 19th. So,
That's right, Christmas party on December. For all our staff, employees, we'll have our Christmas hats on and we'll be serving you. We love you and appreciate you. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Just a couple dates to keep in mind. Headshots, December 11th at 12 noon in this room. Swearing-in ceremony for our incoming commissioners will be on the 12th at 3. And eggs and issues is that same morning at 8:30. Reminders about, I'm sorry?
Eggs and issues?
Eggs and issues?
What date?
Let me make sure
I
I
got it
am
on my
saying
calendar.
this right, that it's not the 11th.
You don't need me for a
12.
headshot, right?
Unfortunately not.
Good. Yes, it is.
I've got a Thursday, December 12th, eggs and issues
That sounds right.
at 8:30.
Hold on. That is correct, yes.
What time are
8:30.
headshots again?
The swearing in is at 3 on the 12th as
12
well.
on Wednesday, the 11th.
8:30 on the 12th.
8:30 on the 12th at the Career Academy.
And the pictures are at 12 on Wednesday, the 11th.
Pictures are at 12 Wednesday, the 11th, yes. Putting this back on your radar, the boards that have vacancies, we still have the Board of Health. We have your appointment, Commissioner Floyd, for the Tax Assessor Board, Planning Board appointments, and then the one for Aging Services. So if you guys can keep that in mind. That's all I have.
Has my new appointee reached out to you, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yours has.
All right.
And I'm still searching for an assessor board member, I think.
Yeah, Neil sent me an email yesterday about it. Neil.
I'll get back on it. Patriots Point, I'm getting calls from new people now over there about the squatters in the woods. They got a campground set up back there or something. I know we
Yeah,
went
so
over there one day, there
if
was
there-
nobody there, but they had a bunch of equipment, but now I've got a second person over in that area calling, concerned about it.
Like actual camper, RV camper?
They just say it's an
We'll go
encampment.
take a look.
Yeah, go take a
And-
look. But back to what I think I sent an email, I'd like to see us block that off. If that's our property, dump 2 loads of dirt there or something so they can't get there through our property.
I think we're working with the property owner
Okay.
on potentially obtaining that parcel.
Okay, that's even better.
And so that we'd be able to lock it off, if possible, so.
Okay.
If, the problem, he does own it, he can't build anything on it. It was originally like, a detention pond.
Right.
But, he tends to be there on the weekends, and we
I don't know.
aren't
He's-
able to catch
He's
him.
making it to a campground and making all the people in the neighborhood crazy.
Right.
And he's not part of the neighborhood.
That's right.
Comes through there with his caravan. So anyway, okay, we're good. That's it.
Just an attaboy for Development Services. We got Joshua and Ashley, they were personally named, is doing a great job, and they appreciated them helping them out, is Mr. Edwards. He just want to pass on that attaboy to you guys, because that's good to hear. And it reminds me of how the chairman's wanted to do things, and let's find a way forward, help people out. Don't do the wrong thing, but do the right thing and try to move forward. So appreciate that. What you guys are doing makes a difference, is making a difference. That's all I got.
Very good. Anything else?
No, sir.
Mr. Loach?
Mr. Chairman, thanks for everything.
Yeah.
It's been a pleasure serving with you, and appreciate everything.
Thank you, Betty.
You'll be
Appreciate it.
missed.
It's been a pleasure.
Ditto to that.
Yeah.
Gonna miss you around here.
I'm here.
I know you won't be far.
Y'all won't miss me.
Hey, you can always watch
Totally.
us on YouTube.
That's
If
right.
you miss it, just pull up YouTube.
Or
it's all
Facebook.
there.
You just-
You won't miss me. Hey, I did send out, just remind you, invite for a dinner engagement. If you can go, just if you give me a call or give Pam a call, so we can plan appropriately. We'd like to have you over if you're available. So just get back with her if you can. Sounds good. Been a pleasure. I've enjoyed this. I'm looking for the next stage of my life. I'm going to miss it. I'm going to miss it greatly. But a few months, maybe it won't hurt so bad.
You're not gonna change your phone number there, right? Your personal?
My personal number is going to be the same, but
Okay.
I got a county phone I'll be turning in 2 weeks. So you won't get me on that phone anymore.
It's going to be weird.
Thank you guys for your support and working so well together. I say one thing because we got to close this meeting, but what a privilege it is to come to a meeting and know I'm not going to have a conflict with the manager. I'm not going to have a conflict with anybody on the board. As you can see, even Roger and I, each night, we disagree, but we love each other. I mean, I think this board really does appreciate and love each other for our profession, what we do, what we bring. We definitely love our staff. We know you give your best. We probably don't tell you enough how much we appreciate you, but how valuable you are to this community. And we even appreciate our developers that are investing in this community. And we want to try to find ways to help our constituents through that development. We want to do it in a quality way, of course, and try to do it in the right timing, of course. But I think it's just, I look at our law enforcement back there. We have the safest community.
Yes.
Over and over again, people move up here for the school and the safety. And if you don't have public safety, public health, and good schools, you don't have anything. I don't care what you have. And so we have the best sheriff's departments and EMS and hospital. We have so much to offer this community. So what a pleasure it has been to serve. Thank you for letting me serve for these 2 years. And so far, I'm the first chairman to ever serve 2 terms. We'll see if the new chairman can do that. All right. Is there anything else we need to? We got some minutes to approve. Any other
We
comments?
do have a need for an executive session.
Okay. All right. Well, you want to go ahead and approve the executive session minutes, though, from November 19th? You've got them there. She's given them to you. So let's go ahead and review those.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'm gonna abstain as I wasn't present, so
Okay.
I'll just.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Burdette. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously, noting that Mr. Kiefer abstained, as he was not present for that particular meeting. And so with that, we have a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Deloach, to go into executive session, discuss personnel, property, and pending litigation. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, we're in executive session. Merry Christmas.